Good evening, everybody. Oh, sorry. I think there might have been a weird thing with the sound going on there. Hopefully everything you might have been hearing an echo or something. I apologize if you were. Anyways, we're here now. I think everything is good now, technically speaking. I apologize if the sound was messed up for the last few seconds. Hey, thanks to Crypto King for your support. Thank you, Crypto King. Crypto King says, let's hear it for the mods. Thanks, Crypto King. Yes, let's hear it for the mods. Exactly. Thank you, mods. And thanks to you for being here. Hey, we're going to cover this storm. It's still a tropical storm, but it's almost a hurricane. It's supposed to become a hurricane soon and hit Texas in the coming hours. And there's a new tornado watch. Oh my gosh, new tornado watch. Look at that. Just came out right now. 5 minutes ago. A tornado watch has been issued for parts of Texas until 10 a.m. Central Time. A couple tornadoes are possible. Houston is there. Texas City. Hold on. Let me show you this. New tornado watch. Oops. What's wrong? There we go. Why am I seeing two things? There we go. Sorry, messing everything up. There's the new tornado watch. One girl's opinion says I'm in the tornado area. So keep an eye out if you're near there, because there could be a tornado warning, which means a tornado has been detected visually or by radar. Right now, this means the conditions are conducive. Tornadoes are possible in that area. So that's new. Okay? So keep that in mind. And now let's go to the radar. I hope. Oops. We will go to the radar. There's the radar. Radar Omega, and there is your storm. And it is still a tropical storm, but it's almost a hurricane. Max sustained winds are 70 miles an hour. For hurricane, you need 74. It is expected to strengthen to a hurricane, and you can see it's getting close. I have the track posted there, but it's getting close. You know what I'm going to do? I think I'm going to switch to this. If we do this, single site, is a single site radar going to do us? I think maybe we'll go with that. If I do that, and then I switch to this. I like the single site radar better. Let's do that. There we go. So look at this. Would you look at that? There's Corpus Christi here. Bay City here. Houston is here. Maybe I'll zoom out the slightest bit. There we go. Look at that, folks. We got the radar going. Rain bands moving into Bay City and Lake Jackson. And, not that long, I think, until the eye wall gets there. We have the landfall is when the center goes over land, but that eye wall is what? Like right around here? Do I have my little pen thing here? Here, I got my pen thing. Right there, the eye wall there. Oops, I didn't do a good job drawing that. I fixed the color here. If we do it like this, that eye wall may be right in there somewhere. So that's getting closer with the really strong winds. That's getting closer right now. I mean, obviously the eye wall is closer than the center is. I'm going to show you guys some wind speeds too. I'm going to do that in a second. But let me just get rid of this. Goodbye. Bella Italia says the eye wall is not tight enough. I'm going to give you. I'm going to show you what some observed wind speeds are. Let's look at the observed wind speeds. Then I'm going to take some comments from you guys. Observed wind speeds. Are you ready for observed wind speeds? Here we go. Let's look at observed wind speeds from the National Hurricane Center. Wind speeds. Here we go. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, so if you look on your screen, oops, you can see some gusts. Houston, 23 around there, 20. Look at the coastline there. Near Corpus Christi, 31 gust. A gust of 35 here. A gust of 60 out by the storm. This is where the storm is out here. In here. And you can see the wind bends around with the storm. So here, this wind is going north. I'm going to get my little pen thing out. Where's my pen thing? I need my pen thing. Here, I got it. So the wind here is going this way. The wind up here is going this way. The wind here is going this way. Why is it going that way? Because the storm is in the middle. There's a storm in the middle, right here. Roughly. Oops, I don't need hold shift to draw a circle. I didn't really do that right. Basically, you see what I'm saying. So you can see the individual, those wind flags are telling you which way the wind is going. And you can see the wind flags follow the counterclockwise rotation of the storm. Which is kind of neat. See, up here, all of them are going from west to east, and then over here, they're going from north to south, and here they're going from south to north. But in terms of gusts, you know, gusts in the 30s here, some of them. Actually, a 30 up here. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on that too. I want to hear from some of you guys. I want to read some of your comments. Let me get the radar back up. I'm getting the radar back up. Anybody in the area? Let's see. No says wind won't be the issue. It will mostly be flooding and storm surge. That's what No thinks. National Hurricane Center is saying that this will be a hurricane. I mean, literally it says on their page, Beryl forecast to make landfall as a hurricane along the middle Texas coast early Monday. Conditions will deteriorate overnight with dangerous storm surge, flash flooding, and strong winds expected. They say that the environmental, and I'm going to read you something that the National Hurricane Center wrote in a second. Hey, thanks Shaft for the gift memberships. Thanks SK Rain for the gift memberships. Thank you to Caden Zaferi. That's so nice. Thank you for watching our broadcast for so long. Caden, that's very nice of you. I appreciate that, Caden. Thanks for your nice note, too. Caden Zaferi. Our viewer, Champ McGraw's in downtown Houston. You can see Houston up at the top there of the radar. The Lucky Minute says, I'm in the Brazo Sport area. It's not that bad yet, just random thunderstorms and wind gusts. Big C thinks there will be lots of power outages. The storm surge, I'll show you the storm surge graph in a second, and I'll show you the rainfall graph in a second. The current rainfall forecast is, I think it's still the same. Let me just double check. I slept for a couple hours, so I'm doing much better now. The rainfall is still 5 to 10 inches with localized amounts of 15 inches. Across portions of middle and upper Texas Gulf Coast and eastern Texas. There was a message posted by the National Hurricane Center. I think it was maybe the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center, and it said that there could be 4 inches of rain an hour in some areas. Let me actually see if I can find that for you. Where is that? I gotta find it here. I found it right here. Couple things. Now I can't find that anymore. Maybe I didn't find it. I definitely saw it. I definitely did see it. I can't remember where it's posted. Hey, by the way, this is some information on that tornado watch. You can see right there. Upper Texas coast, coastal waters. Primary threats include a couple tornadoes possible, isolated damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour possible. Embedded thunderstorms in the rain bands to the east of the center of the storm will pose a risk of isolated tornadoes through Monday morning. So there's that. Where is... All right, I'm going to try to find that rainfall convection. Where am I looking at? Hold on. One moment. Convective outlooks. Day 1 threat area. All right, I'm not going to worry about that. Let me get the radar back up. I'm getting the radar back up. And then I'll try to find that thing. But I did see a post by, I believe, National Weather Service that said some places could get like 4 inches of rain an hour. Definitely concerns about flooding with lots of rain all of a sudden. I mean, you're seeing some heavy rain bands on the radar here move into this area. Lake Jackson, Bay City. See that orange band there? Breaking news, it is a hurricane. Breaking news, it is a hurricane. Breaking news, it is now a hurricane. Big breaking news. It is now a hurricane. Breaking news. It is a hurricane. I'm going to show you the update. It just came out right now. It just came out. Breaking news. Breaking news. Here it is. I'm giving you that breaking news graphic several times. Breaking news. The National Weather Service Doppler radar near Houston, Texas, and aircraft data indicate Beryl has strengthened and is again a hurricane with max sustained winds of 75 miles an hour. Beryl is again a hurricane. Beryl is again a hurricane. NOAA buoy recently got a wind gust of 74 and sustained winds of 60, but again, this is a hurricane. Pressure is 985, and movement is north-northwest at 10 miles an hour. Breaking news. So first of all, let me update our headline. Hurricane Beryl to approaching Texas, landfall in hours. How's that? Big breaking news, guys. It is a hurricane again. It's a hurricane again. It was a hurricane. Remember when it hit Grenada and went right near Jamaica and passed over Mexico. It was a hurricane for days. Then it weakened to a tropical storm. And now it is a hurricane again. So there you go. All right, so there's that, and oh, I'm gonna put the, so let me just put the radar up. But this is it is a hurricane again. You know what I'm gonna do? Beryl strengthens to hurricane. Approaching Texas. Okay. Now let me just, I want to fix the graphic. I just got to fix something. Let me just fix something real quick. I want to change, I got to update the title. Hang on a second. Give me about 2 more minutes. I'm just changing the title and description. Okay. I'm updating everything. Just about done. And then I got to change the thumbnail. Thanks for your patience. I just had to update everything because it's now a hurricane. It's now a hurricane again. Okay, that is done. And the last thing I want to do is update the thumbnail graphic. Let me just do that. Thanks for bearing with me. Boop, 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 boop. Almost done. Good, 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 good. That's looking good. That's looking good. Looking great. Boom. 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 Almost done updating everything. Thanks for your patience, everyone. Good. And the last thing I need to do is update the graphic. Boom. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Do this. Give me about 30 more seconds. Thanks for your patience, everybody. You can enjoy the radar while I'm finishing this. Okay, so the last thing I need to do is I made a new graphic. Ooh, my graphic's gone. For over my shoulder, and you'll see it, and it just says Texas Hurricane because it's now a hurricane again. There it is, Texas Hurricane, done. Okay, big breaking news. I'm back. I'm back now. I'm back now. Thanks for your patience. Big breaking news. Beryl has strengthened to a hurricane. It is nearing Texas. It is 75-mile-an-hour max sustained winds, and it is moving north. The location is about 65 miles south-southeast of Matagorda, Texas, and the movement is 10 miles an hour. So, I mean, if you just do the math, north-northwest, if you just do the math, it'll be about 6 hours until landfall, technically, because the center has to pass over land. But, I mean, you can see where the eye is. The strongest winds where the eye wall are getting much closer, and those are going to get there sooner than the center. So things are going to be getting worse and worse as we just keep going forward, because right now that you for this part of for this part of Texas here, because the storm is they're just getting closer to the center of the storm. Dark cloud thinks the heaviest winds in the next 2 hours. All right, so let me try to get you some updates here. And again, I can't steal other people's live streams, so you might be watching, people on the ground or whatever, which is totally cool. You can tell each other about it in the chat. I'm fine with you doing that, but I can't steal people's footage. Hey, thanks, Red Squirrel, for your support. I appreciate that. I want to read some comments from you guys. Sorry, I was dealing with that breaking news, and I couldn't read your comments for a second. Let me take some of the comments from you guys and show you some updates. This is a Cat 1 hurricane. Max sustained winds 75 miles an hour. Now, it is... how much will it strengthen? So, I want to read you this. This is what the National Hurricane Center said an hour ago. An hour ago, they said, the environmental and oceanic conditions remain quite favorable for intensification while Beryl approaches the Texas coast overnight. The recent structural changes noted above are expected to allow Beryl to re-strengthen to a hurricane overnight, which happened. That did happen. And the potential for significant intensification leading up to landfall is still indicated by some of the regional hurricane guidance. At this point, time is the greatest limiting factor as the storm is less than 12 hours from landfall. It looks like now it's about 6 hours from landfall. So what they're saying is that this thing could strengthen significantly before landfall. That's what they said an hour ago. So we'll have to see what happens. But I know there's warm water temperatures there, and also I would assume low wind shear. But the conditions are favorable for strengthening. Yeah, and I'm saying 6 hours to landfall just because in the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, what they said is it's 65 miles southeast of Matagorda, and they said it's moving at 10 miles an hour. So if you just do the math, That's what you get. I'm just zooming in here for a second. Where is... I'm not seeing Matagorda on the map. Gotta look it up. It's like not coming up. There's Matagorda County. No, Matagorda right there. I see it. I see it on the internet. Matagorda is right... you guys know, some of you know where it is. It's south of Bay City. It's like in here somewhere. There's Bay City. It's right in here somewhere. Oh, right, like right here maybe? Yeah, there's East Matagorda Bay. It just doesn't, the name Matagorda doesn't come up on the screen. Yeah, Matagorda is like right around here. But it's south of Bay City. In terms of the speed once it comes inland, the National Hurricane Center says after landfall, Beryl is forecast to accelerate northeastward ahead of a mid-latitude trough while transitioning to a post-tropical cyclone. So it's supposed to speed up as it gets inland. You can actually see here, that right there is the forecast track for 8 a.m. and then that is 8 p.m. local time. So 8 a.m., 8 p.m., and then that right there is probably 8 a.m. again. I guess. That's 8 a.m. again, yeah. So we'll see how the strengthening goes. You know, just to repeat, the National Hurricane Center says the conditions are there for this thing to strengthen up until landfall. Thanks to the CoolTube 2020 for being a member. I appreciate that. Sergeant, I'll say Sergeant B. Sergeant B says, I don't think Cat 2 is possible anymore. KHOU and other local news in Houston are saying 85 to 90 mile an hour max winds. I'll try to get some, I follow some weather experts and see what they have to say about all of this. See if I can get any updates from the weather experts I follow. You know, National Weather Service Houston just posted a message that said, rain bands will have locally heavy rainfall and gusty winds and also could produce weak isolated tornadoes, they said. Philip Klotzbach points out that back in July of 2020, Hurricane Hannah made landfall in Texas. I'm going to check my messages here too. And I know some of you are watching like some different storm chasers online and stuff, so you can try to find people out there if you want to do that. Open up a second window. Hang on one moment. One moment here. One moment here. Okay. Kitty said Core just had a nice lightning burst. I could show you on Tropical Tidbits the satellite shot. Let's take a look at that for a second here. We'll open that up. Here's Tropical Tidbits. Let's go to satellite. The black and white and purple, this is the colors are the color of the cloud tops. So the strongest storms have the colder cloud tops. So if this was like a Category 4 hurricane, you'd expect to see basically a ring of black and white and purple, which we're not seeing right now. You're seeing some white and black pop up. But when this thing was like a 4 and a 5, you basically saw this big circle that was black and white and purple. And do they have the, I wonder if there's aircraft recon. Yes, status in storm, mission into Beryl. This is Tropical Tidbits. There is a aircraft in the storm taking readings. So pressure-wise, you can actually see the pressure readings it's got. There's a 985, looks like a 985. Well, there you go. So the official pressure as of the last update from the National Hurricane Center was 985. I'm guessing it was 985 because the plane got 985. See, it's the red line is the pressure reading. So a couple different times it's got that reading of 985. And in terms of the winds, see like what you can see here, see when it says suspect, is that suspected SMFR? I'm not sure what suspect SFMR is. But if you look at the wind, oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at a website here. Oh, I think suspect means that it might mean that there's questions about that data. But anyways, what you can see is these blue dots are the wind speed readings. So here it looks like they got about a 60 knot wind speed reading. I don't know how they get to, because the max 60 knots is about what, 70 miles an hour? Yeah, about 70. But they're saying the max sustained wind is 75. So they don't read the wind speed of the hurricane right off of the Hurricane Hunter wind data. Although I assume it, since you can't just look at this graph and tell what the hurricane wind speed is. But my point is, if you look at this, if this thing were to really ramp up, and become a different category, like if it was going to become a Category 2, which is max sustained winds of, what is it, 95 Category 2? 96, I think, for Category 2. But if the winds were to get that much higher, you should be able to see it in the Hurricane Hunter aircraft data. So it's something to keep an eye on. In the next couple hours, do we get any wind readings from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft that are like a lot higher than this? And also, you should see the pressure dropping. If the storm is strengthening, that pressure should go lower, and you'll be able to see that on the if there's aircraft in there, you'll be able to see that in the data. So it's something to keep an eye on. We'll check back in on Tropical Tidbits and see what the Hurricane Hunter aircraft data is. But is that pressure dropping? Is the wind speed going higher? Thanks, Molly Tahana, for the gift memberships. That's very nice of you. Hang on a second here. Is this a weak hurricane or strong? It is right now basically the lowest wind speed you can have for a hurricane, because 74 is the minimum, and National Hurricane Center gives wind speeds in intervals of 5 miles an hour. So it's at 75, which is the lowest you could have to be a hurricane. Oh, Sherry sent me something from Craig Cece, who is a meteorologist. Thanks, Sherry. And Craig Cece said, these radar echoes were the reasoning for the upgrade of Beryl. Winds up to 88 miles an hour are being measured at about 10,000 feet aloft. So what Craig Cece is saying is that on a weather radar, not the airplane data, that was suggesting that they saw data on the weather radar, I guess the velocity radar, that made them think that convinced them the winds had gotten to 75 miles an hour. Our viewer Kagan F says, I'm on the north side of Houston in what appears to be the direct path of the hurricane. Now, the path you can actually see right there. That's the forecast track. There's the line on the screen. Trying to figure out game plan for remote work tomorrow since my company isn't in Texas. Stocked up on water and Red Bull. I'll send pictures as it comes in. Hey, stay safe there, Kagan. Yeah, anyone in any of these areas, please make sure you're paying attention to what your local authorities are telling you to do. That's what you should do, is look at what your local authorities are saying, your county, your city, and do what they tell you to do. Marty Hagwood, that's so nice of you. Wow, thanks. Very generous of you, Marty Hagwood. Marty says, hopefully the storm will stay a minimal hurricane. Yeah, you know, there is this question of the National Hurricane Center has said that this thing could strengthen up to landfall, but there's not much time for it left to strengthen. So we'll see what happens. But yes, I agree. There's going to be a lot of rainfall coming from this. Now, there's already a bunch of rainfall in here. See that right there? Look at this. Look at like Lake Jackson. These are some heavy rainfall bands. And so in the coming hours, see all this rain here? I mean, this thing is just moving like pretty much almost due north. So these areas here, I would think for like Bay City and all these areas, I would think these areas in here are going to get a lot of rain. Because just look at the radar. It's just going to be moving north in those heavy bands. Look at how long those heavy bands stretch north for. I think there's a distance thing I can use on this, isn't there? Oh, I can take that off. That's helpful. Where is the distance finder? Here. Is that the distance finder? No. Where is it? Oh, no, that's not what I want. Where is it? Not there. Here? There it is. I got the distance finder. All right, let's do distance finder. So I was going to do what's the distance between the center and the edge. So that's 100 miles. You can see on the screen. See, it says 106 miles, roughly from the center to the edge of that heavy rainfall. But my point is that if it's moving at 10 miles an hour, that's going to be, if you're in that front of the storm, you could be getting just hours and hours and hours of heavy rain. That was the point I was trying to make. Oops, now I got to get this thing off. I don't want to do that anymore. Here's Houston right there. We'll keep it right there. Will it hit Dallas? Dallas is up here. I'll show you a rainfall map, but no, it's not going to hit Dallas, and it won't be a hurricane up there anyway. Let me show you the rainfall map. One moment, please. One moment, please. Rainfall map time. I wonder if they'll do another late night National Hurricane Center video. So there's the rainfall map, and that's from this afternoon, but I don't think the track has changed much. So that at least gives you a basic idea of, in terms of rainfall, what to expect. I believe there's less orange on this map than there was yesterday. But it's going to be a lot of rain in maybe a short amount of time. But you can see like down here, you get a bunch of 6 to 8, 8 to 10, and down here. More and not maybe because it's speeding up, not as much. This is all 4 to 6 here. And then in terms of flash flooding potential, here's a flash flooding potential. Hurricane Beryl. So red is moderate, at least 40% risk of flash flooding. There's no high risk of flash flooding there, but it's 40% moderate risk. And what you can see is it starts down here and it goes up here. So it includes Houston. And then yellow is slight risk of flash flooding. But all this here, I assume that's basically along the path of the storm, is the red is the highest risk of flash flooding there. Okay, let's go back to the radar. Hang on. One moment. One moment, please. I need a moment. I need a moment. Let's see. One of our viewers said, looks like Austin area will squeak by. Yeah, Austin is over here to the west. Oh, let's check the wind speeds. Let's check the wind speeds. Here, I'm going to update this. Here are your current latest wind speeds. Check it out. So Corpus Christi, these are gusts. The numbers you see, the red numbers are gusts. Not sustained wind. But you have some 35, 33, 32, or near Corpus Christi, 28. Over here, near close to the center of the storm, 69, 64, 47, 35. Houston, south of Houston, 31. Those are your latest gust speed readings. So we'll keep an eye on that. You'll see these numbers pick up as the center of the storm gets closer to the coast. Texas Doge says we need the rain bad in San Antonio. Thanks to Cyrus the Virus for being a member. Hey, I'm bad. I have to thank our moderators. Let me thank our moderators real quick. Sorry. I've been neglectful. We have... let me just go back to the radar. There's the radar. We have moderating right now. Sarah 55 is there. Thank you so much, Sarah. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us over there on X. On Twitch, we have moderating right now. David Green, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star Mark, and Sarah. Thank you. Also, thank you, Bearded Seventh, for subscribing on Twitch. I appreciate that. And by the way, if it gets to it, we can always turn on a scanner or something. Well, I don't know. It depends. We can turn on a scanner if there's a scanner available. I'm not really wedded to doing it. It'll get in the way if we turn it on. So if there's like a compelling reason to turn it on, or we hear about like big flooding or something, I can turn it on. I really don't want to turn it on right this second because it might just get in the way. But it's something we'll keep an eye out for. Or we can pick like a particular place and see if I have a scanner from that particular place. It's something we'll keep an eye out for. It can get in the way. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Thanks, Kay. Margaret Riley is moderating. Thank you. I wonder if there's a Lake Jackson scanner. There's Freeport. They're getting a lot of rain up here. Lake Jackson, Freeport, Bay City. Did I bring my headphones? I gotta go get my headphones. Give me 10 seconds. I need 10 seconds to go grab my headphones in case I put a scanner on. Hold on, I'm gonna leave the radar up. Hold on. It's about 10. All right, I'm going to put my headphones on, but once in a while that'll pause. If the broadcast pauses, I'll fix it. It may pause for a few seconds. So hopefully the broadcast won't pause, but if the broadcast pauses, I'll fix it. Warning. Let's try doing this. Hopefully this works. So it might pause for a few seconds here. Please be patient. Please be patient. Uh-oh. I have the wrong ones. Hold on, I gotta get the right ones. Let's try this again. Give me a second. Now I'm back. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. All right. Might pause for a second. Hang on. Hang on. Hold on. Are you with me? Are we still here? We're still live? We're still good? Good, good, good? Okay. I was thinking I'd try putting on the Lake Jackson, Texas fire scanner. I don't know if anything's on the Lake Jackson, Texas fire scanner, but I figured we'd try it. Because they're getting a lot of rainfall there. Let's, for the fun of it, we'll try that. We're going to hear anything? Let's see. Oops, I got to sign in. That doesn't sound promising. That's the Lake Jackson, Texas fire scanner. Hardly hearing anything. I'm not going to worry about that right now. That's Lake Jackson, Texas fire. Fisherman Royo says, I live in Lake Jackson. I can confirm we are getting a lot of rain at the moment. Streets are already starting to flood in some areas. Stay safe there, Fisherman Royo. Hey, thanks to Brina Blossom from Sugar Land, Texas, who's watching. I can see if we can get maybe a scanner. By the way, Galveston's going to start getting some more rain soon. Bay City, maybe? Scanner? Where else in here? Freeport. How about Freeport? Can I get is there a Freeport scanner? One moment. One moment. I don't know. I don't think there is. No, I don't have one for Freeport. There's a, hey, Matagorda County scanner. Let's see what's on the Matagorda County scanner. We can do that. We'll pull that up here. Matagorda County. All right, I have the scanner on. I'm hearing nothing at the moment. We'll leave it on for a second, see if we hear anything. Now, I have the single radar on. If I switch to the composite radar, it's pretty similar. All right, so I'm not going to worry about it right now. Leave it like this. Play, play, play. Oh, we're seeing some lightning on the scanner. Guys, you see the lightning here? Lightning measured, lightning in here. Look at all the lightning down here. See that? So that's interesting. The Corpus Christi police scanner is popular. Well, I'm not going to listen to it because there's not that much going on there. Corpus Christi. I mean, just look at the radar. They're not getting much rain. So, I mean, I think the wind speed, what we see, there was like a gust. I think we saw a gust of like the 30s there or something. But well, I put on the scanner from Matagorda County, and so far we've heard nothing. Mitchell W. says, just flew out of Houston. Let me do a quick check here. Yeah, none of the Texas scanners are really popular at the moment. I can tell you that. So I don't believe there's that much scanner activity happening at the moment that we can hear that's relevant to this. I just did a quick check, but we'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep an eye on it. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Yeah, Harris County is a bit north of where the rain is right now. I mean, they're not getting... Harris County includes Houston. Sugar Land isn't even in Harris County. Includes League City. It's up here. So they're going to start getting more rain shortly in Harris County here. But they wouldn't have gotten that much so far. Night Owl lives in Harris County. But they're definitely getting a lot of rain up here. Now, there's no, I don't see any flash flood warnings at the moment. Oh, there are flash flood warnings. Why am I not seeing those? Are they not? Well, maybe I am. Hold on. Are they displaying? No, they are, because there's flash flood warnings over here. Right, so, because you can see them on the radar. There's one there, there's a couple there. So, there don't seem to be at the moment flash flood warnings. There's flood watches, meaning that flooding is possible. But warning, I think, is when it's like happening or about to happen. But I would expect to see some green boxes maybe pop up. Because I don't see any at the moment. Flash flood warning, there are 10 listed, and none of them are in Texas right now. So that we could definitely see. Oh, storm surge. Thanks for reminding me, Bella Italia. Let's show you the storm surge. I actually have a storm surge map I can show you. I have a forecast map, and I have a storm surge observations I can show you. I forgot. Thanks, Bella, for reminding me. So let's look at, first of all, the storm surge prediction. Peak surge prediction. By the way, I think... So remember, the storm surge prediction is peak surge at high tide. And a bunch of these places are not at high tide. I think some of these places are at low tide. Like Matagorda Bay. According to NOAA, Matagorda City, Texas, it says, where's the tide? High tide at 3:43 p.m. That's Matagorda City, Texas. How about Galveston? I'm looking this up right now. Galveston high tide looks, I'm looking at the NOAA site, and it looks like the high tide is around like 9 in the morning. And the low tide is around right now, or about an hour from now. Because it'd be 12:39 a.m., but I think it's local time. So the timing might be helpful for the storm surge, because I just told you two places where their high tide is hours and hours away. What it says here is the combination of storm surge and tide will cause normally dry areas near the coast to be flooded by rising waters. The water could reach the following heights above ground somewhere in the indicated areas if the peak surge occurs at the time of high tide. I'm going to pull up I have a surge map here. Hold on. Let me pull that up real quick for you. So this is the storm surge coastal inundation dashboard. So if we go to Texas and we go to here, like Freeport. So there's Freeport. So we're not seeing it. What you're seeing in Freeport, Texas, is that it looks like they have about 2 feet of surge right now in Freeport. Look at that. Because you can see the red line is the actual reading and the blue line is the expected reading. And the red line is about 2 feet above. Oh, it's almost, actually it's about 2.5 feet of storm surge there in Freeport Harbor. But it's not flooding right now, and also it's at low tide. So if you can see that there, that red line is about 2.5 feet above the blue expected line, but it's at low tide. So that's Freeport Harbor, about 2.5 feet of surge. Then over here, San Luis Pass, they are at about 2.5 feet of surge. And kind of low tide. This is near Matagorda here. Sargent, Texas, they're at about 2 feet of surge. Okay. So Sargent, one of our viewers said, I probably pronounced it wrong. But I just showed you 3 different stations there. And here's one from in San Luis Pass is about 2.75 feet of surge. I can actually post this if I can, right there. That's 2.73 feet of storm surge. I'm gonna post this. So we'll keep an eye on that. The current water level there in San Luis Pass is 2.73 feet higher than it is expected it would be. 2.73 feet of storm surge in San Luis Pass, Texas. But again, this is coming at close to low tide, which is helpful. All right, so I'm going to go back to the radar now, but we'll keep an eye on the storm surge. Ty Stick says water is getting up to the roadway. Is it Sargent, Texas? I don't know how to pronounce it. What happened to the, sorry. I had a scanner on. I'm playing the Matagorda County Public Safety Scanner, but we weren't hearing much on it before. We weren't hearing anything on it before. Big Meat Special says, I am near Lake Jackson. Looks like we are getting the bad side of this thing. Calm for now, though. Landfall is when the middle is over land. When the center is over land. It's certainly getting closer there. It's certainly getting closer there, but it's still landfall still hours away.
11 clear for the alarm call.
Oh, hey, we got something from the Matagorda County Public Safety.
Can I get your route to 401 Commerce Court? The alarm company advised it was City by the Sea Museum. Zone 1 front door was triggered. Airman Follow is no longer an employee at the museum.
Clear, in route.
By the way, Reed Timmer is on YouTube, and he is showing a live shot of, is it Sargent, Texas? I have no idea how to pronounce it, but that's where Reed is. And it's showing rain and wind there. I'm sure some of you are watching that.
408, I'll be in route with 411.
Yes, sir.
Like an Army sergeant, Margaret says it's Sargent, Texas. I don't know how to pronounce it. All right, so I'm pronouncing it Sargent. Enough people said it's Sargent in the chat that I'm going with Sargent, Texas. But that's where Reed is right now. And it's his video is showing rain and wind there. Rick says, Alvin, Texas, the rain just started. How are we doing with any more recon data from the plane? Let's see. This is the tropical tidbits. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Look. Okay, this is interesting. So, okay, guys, look, the latest pressure reading from the plane, the Hurricane Hunter aircraft about 20 minutes ago got a pressure reading, it looks like around 984 maybe. So it looks like the official pressure right now of this storm is 985. So it looks like maybe it's still dropping a little bit because I think that's 984, not 985. That looks like it's 985 right there. That looks like it's maybe 984. So the pressure might have gone down a little. And then over here you see these wind speeds. See how, look, the blue dots are the measured wind by the plane. So the plane measured, what, about 63, 64 knots? But something to keep an eye on if that keeps going up. 64 knots would be 73.6 miles an hour, which would be And 63 knots would be 72.5 miles an hour. Anyways, so
408, same traffic.
but they are getting that. The plane just did measure that level of that speed of wind. A knot is like 1.15 miles per hour, I think. Yes. Yeah. So Alibaba says 1 millibar in 22 minutes. It doesn't look like it hasn't strengthened that much more since the last update, according to this data. Because, as you can see, the pressure reading about 20 minutes ago it looks like 984, where the official pressure as of about an hour ago was 985. Oh, by the way, I think they're doing hourly updates now, maybe. So they might have already posted it, but I think maybe once an hour they'll post the new pressure and temperature, pressure and wind speed and position. So maybe if they haven't posted it yet, they'll have 984 as the pressure. I don't know. We'll see. Let me go look and see if they've posted that yet. Dark Cloud says top of the hour. Yeah, so we're waiting. I think they're going to post an update in the next 5 minutes. Jason Madden says, Teal 73 on flight radar. Is the plane taking info?
411, show your both units back in. Still clear.
Yes, sir.
It is getting closer. It is getting closer. I wonder if I can update how do I... Let me see. If I turn the track off and on, what will that do? No. This. Oh, I don't need path trim. There we go. That's less confusing. I can't say exactly where the center is, but it's right around here somewhere. I mean, you can see where the circulation is. That's getting closer, definitely.
Command to base.
Speed is 10 miles an hour. We'll see if they
You
get
can
up
show
to
this fire out assignment complete and Rush 1 returning to station. All units back in service. You'll be careful.
We have the Matagorda County scanner on, which is Matagorda County. Matagorda is right up here. Right around here. It doesn't come up on our... Yeah, that says East Matagorda Bay right there. But we're waiting for the next update, which should be momentarily, from National Hurricane Center of the pressure and the strength. So I keep refreshing the National Hurricane Center. Definitely a lot of rain, like Lake Jackson, West Columbia, all this area up here. Freeport. Hey, I wonder if we can do the, I bet we can do this. We can do the radar and get storm total precipitation. Ooh, that doesn't give me what I wanted. It doesn't reach far enough. I got to go to a different radar for that. All right, so that's a different radar. Let's see if I can get storm total precipitation on that one. Okay, storm total precipitation. Just for the fun of it, according to this map, according to this radar, it says, where's the inspector tool? Here. According to this, Lake Jackson has gotten about 2 inches of rain. Freeport has gotten over 3 inches of rain. Bay City has gotten around 4 inches of rain. El Campo has gotten 5 inches of rain. Now, I don't know, though. This says storm total. So is this like all... I'm not sure of this. But that's what it's saying. I mean, I don't know if there was rain there earlier today or yesterday and it's counting that. But it says storm total precipitation, 1 hour precipitation. This is the last hour. In the last hour, Lake Jackson has gotten 1.65 inches in the last hour. Freeport has gotten over an inch in the last hour. So some of those totals might have been like rain from earlier today or yesterday. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it's. There was that number of 5 inches, but I don't know if that was early bands from this or what. I wasn't paying attention to that, but I can tell you that in the last hour, Lake Jackson in here got, some of these places got almost 2 inches in the last hour. And definitely places got over an inch in the last hour. Okay, that's from the last hour. Yeah, maybe they were, I don't know why El Campo was saying 5 inches. Maybe they were out of bands, or maybe there was some storm earlier today or yesterday and it's counting it among the total now. I don't know. Let's go back to the Corpus Christi radar. Is there a new update yet from the National Hurricane Center? No, they have not. It is now 1 a.m. And there's no update statement. I wonder if they're not going to issue one. No updates yet on the hour from National Hurricane Center. They'll definitely issue one at 2 a.m. Eastern, but I was thinking maybe they would issue one now, just in terms of strength and
5401,
position.
I'll be out on public service.
Mary Murray says, I'm in Bezoria County and right in the path. Yes, it is midnight Texas time. Is Texas all, I don't even know if Texas is all one time zone or not. There are 2 time zones in Texas, I believe. Yes, but we are in, well, now I'm confused. Most of the state observes Central Time, says time and date, where 3 counties in West Texas follow Mountain Time. So for this, the relevant time is Central Time. So what my thought was, I know they do updates every 3 hours, but I was thinking maybe they would do an update every hour because it's a hurricane and it's close to landfall. But they have not issued an update for 1 a.m. Eastern Time. Hey, thanks so much to PZ Papa Zulu for the gift membership. So nice of you. If I didn't thank you before. And Lori Sunshine, our member. Cyrus the Virus, our member. All of our YouTube members. And Facebook subscribers and Twitch subscribers. Oh, okay. Okay. I personally do not have a live shot to give you. I just heard from Reuters they're expecting some live coverage, but like around 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern. So that's not going to be particularly helpful to us. But if I get anything, I'll let you know. Thanks to Tanya Bogan for your kind words. Let me look for some more comments and updates here. Want to check the wind speeds? Here's the wind speeds. Update the wind speeds. Oh, look, a gust of 44. Galveston, 44 gust. Somebody suggested the Galveston scanner. Hang on a moment. Maybe I can pull that up. Galveston Public Safety Scanner. We'll put the Galveston scanner on just to have it. So Galveston, sustained winds of 28, sustained, gust of 44. How about this? Palacios Municipal Airport, gust of 40, sustained wind of 26.
Paul 42.
Aransas,
Good.
sustained,
Stepping out on a lawnmower, 1,000 block of Crystal Beach Road.
sustained 12, gust of 37. Hey, a gust of 70. Out here, this measuring
Thank you,
station, gust of 70.
Okay.
The red numbers are the wind gusts, not sustained winds.
You're on GCS 03.
Yes, it's a Category 1 hurricane.
Two about 42, switch to 1. Advise Jesse Askew in house.
10-4.
Crypto King says, is Woodville going to get bad? I don't even know where Woodville is, Crypto King. I got to look it up.
Two about 42, Jesse Askew at a Nederland eligible Class C deal expired. Date of birth 2008. Also has an ID that expired in 2019. Handled and clear.
So Woodville is up northeast of Houston, for whatever it's worth. So that's way up. They're not even getting rain right now, I don't think. Well, they might be getting outer bands. But just to show you where Woodville is, it's north of Beaumont. It's like up here somewhere. I'll have to zoom in, and it's somewhere up here north of Beaumont. So, I mean, they're not going to be getting really bad winds right now because they're just up here. Beaumont is here, so maybe they'll get a bunch of rain or something. I'd have to go check their actual their weather forecast. But they're a ways away from where all this is going on right now. Yeah, there's a tropical storm warning in Woodville. I can tell you that. The weather says 2 to 3 inches of rainfall expected there. So not too bad. I'm just looking at the Woodville. Oh, is that even the right? Yeah, I'm looking at the Woodville, Texas forecast. If I have that, yes. Anyways. But if you have a particular city you want to look up the weather for, just go to the National Weather Service site, forecast.weather.gov, and you can type in any town and it'll tell you the detailed weather forecast and any kind of watches and warnings. They never did an hourly update. I thought they might do one. They never did a 1 p.m. update, a 1 a.m. update, Eastern. Our viewer, Yag Momru, says, I'm in West Galveston. If we get to Cat 3, I'm cooked. So it would have to intensify really fast to get to Cat 3 because it's a low-level Cat 1 right now. And when we last looked at a few minutes ago at the aircraft recon data on tropical tidbits, I think the pressure had dropped 1 millibar. So there's no sign right now that this thing is even a Cat 2. That's not what I'm just saying that's not what the Hurricane Hunter aircraft data is saying. And it just doesn't have that much time. I mean, but it could. Because they have said it could strengthen possibly rapidly up to landfall, but there's not that much time. So it would have to start strengthening really fast. But you never know. Lori Sunshine says maybe a bit late on the update. I feel like usually they're usually pretty on top of that.
That will be today.
My guess is that the next update we'll get will be at the top of the hour.
You can put a unit second before taking. That's clear.
Donna says every 3 hours once a warning is in effect. But what they'll do is sometimes when there's a hurricane close to land, they will start giving more frequent updates. I don't have a time of landfall. It's going to be in the coming hours. You know, you can just kind of do some. It's moving at 10 miles an hour. Let's do it. Let's just estimate it here. Let's estimate it. Look.
Traffic.
Go ahead.
Is this distance? No.
Charles, Mary Charles, 4166.
So the center is roughly here.
Clear.
The center is roughly about 47 miles, 40, 50 miles away from the coast. Well, it's probably going to move a bit of an angle, though. So let me try this again. That's too long. It's not there. Let's try this one more time. If the center is roughly here, I mean, it looks like the center is about 50 miles away from the coast. So that at 10 miles an hour, that's 5 hours. That's the center. That's not like the eye wall. But, in terms of the eye wall, just guesstimating it, it looks like the eye wall, if the eye wall is here, 3 hours away for the eye wall, less.
Quarter, can I get a number?
Anyone near 45 or more? Clear. 24 minutes.
Marty Hagwood
Okay.
says, I don't see it getting above where it is now. Warcry says Cat 1 isn't too bad of a storm. Victor says it's going to get to Cat 3. That's what Victor thinks. Yeah, Ali says, what are the chances of getting to Cat 3 or Cat 4? Again, there's just not that much time at this point. Well, there's several hours for it to intensify, but it hasn't started, from the data we're seeing, it hasn't started rapidly strengthening yet. So if it's going to really jump categories, it's got to start rapidly strengthening, and we just haven't seen that data yet. Let me show you here. Ooh. Hey, look, hold on. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the wind speed observation here. So this is just data from a few minutes ago. I turned the scanner off for a second because it was just getting annoying. This is the tropicaltidbits.com site where you can see the aircraft observation data. So it looks like they got a wind measurement of about 68 knots, which would be 78 miles an hour. So I don't know what they'll think of this data, but that is about 80 mile an hour wind measurement right there. You see it there? So maybe it strengthened a bit. Maybe it's at 80 now. Remember, it was at 75. It became 75 about an hour ago. So that would not be surprising if the winds had gotten up to 80. It's supposed to strengthen before landfall. But this would be roughly an 80 mile an hour wind measurement here. But that measurement just came in, looks like, in like the last 10 minutes. So that's very interesting. So it could already be stronger than 75 miles an hour. I wonder if it is stronger than 75. Suppose it has gone up to 80. If it's gone up to 80, will they issue a new update for that, or will they wait for the top of the hour? Okay, so that is something to keep an eye on. I'll keep tropicaltidbits.com. I'll keep looking at that that data there, the recon data. I think I'm going to keep the scanner off. The scanner was getting annoying. Hang on 1 second here. Give me 1 moment. Give me 1 moment. Yes, it is currently a Cat 1 hurricane. Oops, I don't want to do this. I don't need this anymore. Moving 10 miles an hour. You know, it's weird though. So I mean, just eyeballing it, it's not, I mean, you don't have precipitation all around the eye. I mean, just looking at it, it's a bit ragged looking. It certainly doesn't look like when you see, you know, like a Cat 4 or Cat 5 hurricane, and there's this clear eye and a clear eye wall, and it's cleared out in the middle, and there's precipitation going all the way around. So, you know, there's that, but I do wonder if it's now 80 miles an hour. Easy Money thinks it's growing at the moment. Certainly could be strengthening. I'll put Galveston and Lamarck scanner back on and see what they're saying over there. Galveston is here. I mean, they're not even, it's not even, things are going to be getting somewhat worse there. But they're up here right now. Let me just see this. Yeah, I mean, Galveston hasn't even gotten much rain out of this so far. They're going to be getting more, though. I'm turning off that scanner for the moment because it's still not in the thick of things. Marty says it looks like it's pulling in dry air from the southwest. Why would it strengthen? Because there are it's in an area where there's high water temperature. And basically the environmental conditions are such that it is supposed to strengthen. Low wind shear and high water temperature. But it's been uncertain. The National Hurricane Center has been saying that there are factors like dry air that can keep it from strengthening. So basically the question are the environmental conditions such that it's conducive to strengthening? So if it's got moist air, low wind shear, and high water temperature, it's going to strengthen. But maybe there's dry air that's getting inside there, for example. So they did say the environmental and oceanic conditions remain quite favorable for intensification while Beryl approaches Texas coast. They said that a couple hours ago. So in the 11 p.m. Eastern Time update, they said they thought it was going to strengthen until landfall. There's the potential for significant intensification leading up to landfall. Potential for that. So, yeah, I know what you're saying. Terry says, I thought closer to land weakened. So when it interacts with land, that will weaken it. But so that's a fair question. And definitely once the center's over land, it's going to weaken. But with this, they did say that they said there's the potential for significant intensification leading up to landfall. But for all I know, there's stuff going on that's keeping it from, there's factors going on that's keeping it from ramping up more quickly. What did they say in the previous update here? Yeah, so in the 4 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central Time update, they said some less predictable factors could prevent a big increase in winds, including dry air in the inner core, a somewhat large radius of maximum winds, and slightly faster landfall timing. Oh, Gary mentioned the storm surge. Let's check the storm surge map and see what we got. This is the storm surge map here. Lake Jackson surge. About 3 feet of storm surge at Lake Jackson. At Freeport Harbor, Texas, which is near Lake Jackson. But it's around low tide right now. So, difference between high tide and low tide is a couple feet. So it's not at flooding level, because if it might be at flooding level if it was at high tide, but it's not right now. High tide there is not until like 7 hours from now or something. So about 3 feet of storm surge there in Freeport Harbor. About Sargent, Texas, about 2 feet of storm surge there. Again, they're at low tide. We saw that one there. Storm surge, San Luis Pass, about almost 3 feet of storm surge there, but they are at low tide. Galveston Railroad Bridge, about 2.5 feet of storm surge, but they're at low tide. So in terms of the timing for right now, it's pretty good timing for storm surge, because a lot of these places are at low tide, so the water isn't as high as it could be. Galveston Pier has about 2.25 feet of storm surge, but again, they're at low tide. So a bunch of these places have 2 or 3 feet of storm surge. I think the max places are supposed to get is up to 7 feet, but well, actually, yeah. The max is 4 to 7. Brian Bielman said not time. Brian, I think, could you clarify, Brian? Can you clarify? I don't understand. I want to know what you're saying. Rick Hoppy says Reed is experiencing storm surge. Water is flooding the highway. Is that from surge? That where he is? He's in Sargent, Texas. It's not even coming up here. Where is it? There's Freeport. There's Treasure Island. There's Lake Jackson. Why is it whenever I want to find a town, I can't find it? Oh, Brian says he thinks there's going to be more surge coming up. That's what Brian thinks. As the storm approaches. But currently, I just showed you there were, 2 to 3 feet of storm surge in several locations. Thanks, Brian. Hold on. The hurricane's moving at 10 miles an hour. North-northwest. Sargent, Texas is a little inland near Lake Jackson, right around here somewhere. It's not coming up. I don't know why it's not coming up, but it's in there, in here somewhere. Mario, that's just not true. Mario says it's a Cat 2. Nobody's saying that, Mario. The National Hurricane Center says it's a Cat 1 at 75 mile an hour max sustained winds. There's no update. I don't know where you're getting that information from, Mario. You're not getting it from the National Hurricane Center. Please don't post that stuff in the chat. Come on, Mario. KK Bronson says Reed Timmer was at Sargent Beach. Other hurricane watches were there. Yeah, I showed you guys what the Recon aircraft showed. The Recon aircraft got some readings around 80 miles an hour. In the low 70s. It looks like maybe about 72 or 3 knots. Yeah, I mean, so 72 knots would be 83 miles an hour. So it's possible, based on this reading, we could see, I wouldn't be surprised if the National Hurricane Center said, oh, the winds are at 85 miles an hour, because that seems to be what this suggests. But maybe they have some other data that suggests even higher winds. I don't know. I'm interested in seeing what the new. We'll keep an eye on the Recon observations to see what the pressure observation is in the next couple minutes. But I mean, literally, that aircraft in the last 15, 20 minutes got readings in the 80 to 85 mile an hour range for wind. So I assume they're going to bump the 75 mile an hour number up. The charts don't live update. They do not live update. So I'll keep checking back in with them, but they don't live update on their own. I'll keep checking them. Anything on that Matagorda County scanner? Can try that. Susan says Reed said they were in 70 mile an hour winds. Now, I don't know if he was talking about, I assume he was talking about gusts and not sustained winds. I'm assuming that that they're going to raise the wind speed, the official wind speed, based on those observations. Hang on, I'm just checking a couple things here. Give me one moment. Give me one moment here. Let me check a couple of things here. You can give me a shout at Lookner on X. Jen Haneke says, talk to a friend in H-Town. They are dealing with power loss. I looked at poweroutage.us. They're not showing that many outages at poweroutage.us at the moment. Not that many. There very well might be some. I assume there'll be some more. We haven't seen any tornado warnings since we've been on the air. There's a tornado watch in effect for this general area, but it's not we haven't seen any tornado warnings saying that a tornado has been observed or detected on radar. Sarah Cook says, we were told on Houston News the outage tracker was not updating correctly. Maybe there's more outages then. If the tracker is not updating correctly, I don't know. I'll show you the tornado watch information. Hold on a second. There. Tornado watch. A couple tornadoes possible. Elizabeth says, I'm in Houston and all is quiet where I am. Let's check the flight recon data again. Have they updated here? Okay, so guys, the new pressure reading is not that much lower. It's 984. So it's interesting because the radar, the plane took some wind measurements which were in like 80 to 85 mile an hour range. So I would not be surprised if they bump up the sustained wind speeds to 80 or 85 from 75. But the pressure has not dropped much. I think the official pressure is maybe 986 as of the last update. The latest reading was like 984, it looks like. The pressure has not gone down that much, according to the Hurricane Hunter data. You can see right there. Yeah, the official pressure in the last update 2.5 hours ago was, or an hour and a half ago, was 985. And this reading is 984, which suggests it's not strengthening that much yet. I'm just going, if that's the actual pressure, because that's the reading. So that is interesting. If it's going to start really rapidly intensifying, you're going to see that pressure drop. I'm hearing nothing on the Matagorda County Public Safety Scanner. Sabrina said she heard 9,000 were out power. I didn't hear that. Maybe that's true. Where are you getting that from? What is the is there a utility site where they have that? Is it Center Point? Center Point Outage Center. View outage tracker. 10,000 customers affected. Hurricane Beryl, outage tracker. That's center point. Maybe there's other people without power too. I don't know. I just looked up on center point. Center point energy. 10,048. I can show you it actually. Center point energy. I don't know exactly where they serve. They serve Houston, right? Because I looked up Center Point Houston. 10,000 customers affected. The lucky minute says yes. Yeah, Center Point Energy does serve Houston, but there might be outages in other places too. Luke says no rain in Webster League City area, just windy. Hero says, I'm sure it will climb higher as the night goes on. Oops, hold on a second here. Oh, I think we got a live shot. I think we might have a live shot to show you. We do. I got a live shot from Galveston. It's not that exciting. Let me show you the live shot from Galveston, guys. Hold on a second. Hang on a second here. We have a Galveston live cam. Oh, no, I can't show it. I can't show it. It's not very exciting. It's No Use USA. It's always No Use USA. Now, what happens is sometimes when they get like a local affiliate shot, if it's like it's like the local ABC affiliate, then they have these agreements where they can't show it nobody else in the USA that's not ABC can show it. So basically, the live shot is, it's just like a camera that's just sitting there, and it might even be at an airport or something, but you don't really see much. It's like wet ground. It's not very exciting, but I can't use it. I'm not allowed to use it. They messaged me and they said, we have a live shot up, and I was like, great. Then I looked at it and it says, No Use USA. But believe me, it's not a very exciting shot. It's just like a shot in the distance of some wet ground. Yeah, I can't steal. Yeah, it's KTRK's shot, but I can't steal it from KTRK. I can only use it if I have the rights to it. It's like wet pavement or something. I don't know. Not going to worry about it. Oh, it's the pier? I thought, I didn't realize it was the pier. I thought it was like an airport or something. It's in a little box on my screen. I haven't made it bigger. Okay, people are saying it's the pier. I didn't expand it. I'll expand it for a second so I can see. Oh, I see it now. I sort of see it now. Still kind of hard to see. People are saying it's the pier. Looks like it's a street. I couldn't even tell it was the pier. It's hard to see. It's not. It is actually. It has like an ABC 13 logo on it, so it's the local affiliate shot. So I can't show that. Anyways. Yeah, Sergeant B says it's the KTRK webcam, a picture of the pier, walkway, beach, and water. Again, I'm not allowed to show it to you. It's No Use USA, so maybe you can go to KTRK and check it out on their site or something. It's the Seawall Boulevard. Strickler says Galveston Seawall. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second, please. Oopsie. What is that? What is going on with this? Hang on. Hang on a moment. Crazy. All right, let me get the radar back up here. Page Smart says HEB will be open at noon and not 6 a.m. for the employees to be safe if you need any food. I can't confirm that information. That's what Page says. That's according to Page. You can check with your local HEB to get more information, I guess. Waiting for the I'm going to check the wind speed soon, and I'll also check the Hurricane Hunter aircraft soon again. Yeah, we'll check the storm surge again as well. And the National Hurricane Center will update about the Hey, actually, guys, it's 1:43 a.m. So we will very soon be getting a new updated position and strength numbers from National Hurricane Center. My guess is that they're going to raise the wind speed from 75 miles an hour because the Hurricane Hunter aircraft recently took readings between 80 and 85 miles an hour. So, according to the data on Tropical Tidbits here. You can see right here, it was getting readings in around like 72, 73 knots. Now it's getting a bunch of them in like around 70 knots and or high 60s, but that would be like 80 to 85 miles an hour. The pressure has not dropped much. The official pressure was 985. It looks like their last reading was a 984. But we're going to soon get an update from the National Hurricane Center. Definitely by the top of the hour, but a lot of times they come out with it early. So it's currently 1:44 a.m. Eastern Time. They'll do it by 2. They just came out with it. Breaking news. Wind is up to 70. Breaking news. Pressure down to 984. Wind is up to 80 miles an hour. So the Hurricane Hunter aircraft data from Tropical Tidbits helped us figure that out. So let's look. Let me show you here. Breaking news. Here you go. Max sustained winds 80, pressure 984. There you go. See? So that's why you look at the Hurricane Hunter aircraft data. There you go. So sustained winds are up to 80 miles an hour max sustained. 96 would be a Cat 2. I think 111 would be a Cat 3. So again, breaking news, the max sustained winds has gone up to 80 miles an hour from 75. The pressure has not dropped that much. Since 3 hours ago, the pressure went from 985 to 984. So it doesn't look like it's strengthening that fast, just going by the pressure. It's only got a few more hours. It's only got a few more hours before landfall. Oh, it is, we have a new public advisory. Look at this. It is, it's 30 miles south-southeast of Matagorda, and it's moving at 10 miles an hour. So it looks like about 3 hours till landfall, around 3 hours to landfall. "30 miles south-southeast, and it's moving north-northwest at 10 miles an hour." You see? So just do the math. If it's 30 miles away and it's moving at 10 miles an hour, it'll get there in 3 hours. So, I mean, it just doesn't look like it's going to strengthen that much. Just going, it's got to really start. If it's going to strengthen to like Category 2, it's really got to pick it up. Because since 3 hours ago, the pressure's only dropped by 1 millibar. That's not big strengthening. And it only has 3 more hours to strengthen before landfall. Actually, less than 3 hours now. But so it would really have to suddenly start strengthening a lot more to bump up a category. But we just don't have that much time. It's 10 miles an hour moving. Additional strengthening is expected before the center reaches the Texas coast. Significant weakening is expected after landfall. Okay? So there you go. Jordan Gloss says there's a live of Matagorda. It's strong there. Let me show you the current wind measurements. Let's look at the wind readings here. Hey, look at these wind gusts. We got a 48 wind gust at Palacios Municipal Airport. We have a 38 gust at Bay City. We have a 38 gust at Angleton Lake Jackson, Brazoria. We have a 37 gust at Galveston. The red numbers are the gusts. Patrick Barnett thinks Category 2 by landfall. It would have to really ramp up. I mean, maybe it will, but we just don't have that much time left for it to ramp up before landfall. Sergeant B says, North Houston, no wind, no rain so far. But it's really interesting. Oh, Jean Romaine says she's watching a stream from Matagorda where it's pouring rain. You know, it is really interesting. It's very cool, actually, how on tropicaltidbits.com you can actually get the live radar, the live Hurricane Hunter airplane data. And that's how we knew. We were looking at this and we said, oh, it's getting wind speeds of 80 to 85 miles an hour, the plane, and the pressure, it got a reading of 984. Well, sure enough, when the update came out, it said wind speeds up to 80 miles an hour, pressure at 984. But if it's, you know, we'll keep an eye on this data and we'll see what happens. But if it's making some big strengthening move, you're going to see it in the data. But tropicaltidbits.com, really cool site. I mean, you know, something else that's quite interesting here is, I mean, some of these places here that have been getting a lot of rain, there's like this, you know, that, I don't know if that's dry air, but there's definitely a clearing in there. So some of these areas, before the center gets in there, they'll get some of the eye.
Reverse.
It's not a clear eye all the way through, but there is some clear in there. In terms of distance, like how far is this clear area from the coast?
408 en route.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's about 17 miles from the coast. So maybe in an hour and a half or so, there'll be places on the coast that have had a lot of rain for hours that suddenly it's clear there. And there's not as much rain on the, well, there's some rain on the back end, but you can just see there's not as much rain on the back end down here as there is up here. Houston's going to start getting more rain soon. I might have to switch radars in a second. That's true. Even that. Which radar am I using right now? Corpus Christi. Should I switch to leaks? It's hard. I could switch to that one. Do we like that one better? I'm trying to get all the... There's this one. I might switch to this radar, to League City radar. Why don't we switch to that for a while? That's the League City radar. Marty Hagwood says the upper level water vapor is showing it pulling in more dry air in past 7 frames. But you can see that raid starting to reach up into Houston there.
Florida.
Now it's 410. 408, you can disregard.
Supple Pedal says that radar sensitivity is turned up compared to the other one. Not sure why they vary like that. Yeah, I can't. I'm not a radar expert, so I can't. I mean, roughly, they're pretty similar just to the naked eye. That's the Corpus Christi one, and then that is the. That's the. Which one is that one? Why can't I even see it? Where's the name of it? Where's the name of it?
410.
I can't even. Where is it? I don't even know. League City, near League City.
Building secure. There's going to be one of the side doors, the shipping door, the flappers, or slap the door setting off the alarm.
JFT says, I know where the radar is located. It's a huge soccer ball. Why don't we check? Let's do a little check on how much storm total. I think that storm total is for like maybe earlier today or yesterday or something. I'm going to do the 1 hour precip total. This is 1 hour rainfall total.
The garden center just come on also.
1 hour rainfall total here is about 1.2 inches. Some places getting about 1.5 inches or so. That's in the last hour. Oopsie. Again, the winds are up to 80 miles an hour max sustained wind. Daniel Mack says not going to make it to Cat 2, no way. It would really have to start ramping up in a way that it hasn't so far. Again, the pressure only dropped from 985 to 984 in the 3 previous hours. And it's less than 3 hours till landfall. So it would have to be dropping faster than that for it to get to category 2.
409, 410. We're secure.
Hang on one moment here. One moment here. The radar program, it says right up here, is called Radar Omega. I really like this app, Radar Omega. That is the one I am using. Radar Omega. Margie Lynn says this has been way over exaggerated and scared more people again. So look, I want to comment on this. You know, first of all, weather forecasting isn't perfect, and like they don't know if it's going to reach, what they can tell is like in a system like this, well, it could be this strong, but it might not be. They don't have a crystal ball. So what they've been saying is, look, there are conditions in place that could cause it to rapidly strengthen. But they didn't know if it was going to rapidly strengthen. So, I mean, if you're upset that they can't perfectly predict it, well, you're upset at the state of science, I guess, because they can't give you a perfect prediction. So the best they can do is say, in a situation like this, well, there's a decent chance it's going to strengthen more. But they've been honest the whole time. They've been saying the intensity forecast is tough with this one. So the problem is, they need to, if you're saying, well, don't tell me anything unless you're sure it's going to be a category 3, they might never be sure. And then if they don't say anything, then you're going to get a situation where nobody's done anything, any kind of preparation. So the National Hurricane Center has been open the last couple of days, saying there's questions about the intensity forecast, but saying there's a chance it could rapidly intensify. So, if you're gonna, in a case like this, if you only want certain preparations to be made when there's 100% certainty, then you're never going to prepare, because a storm like this, you just don't know how much it's going to strengthen. Now, remember also, by the time this has moved through, you could get the forecast is for 5 to 10 inches of rain with a max of local maximums of 15 inches. That could still happen in places. Storm surge is happening. Skip Weisner says Hurricane Harvey did the majority of its damage while a tropical storm. Fortunately, this one is not going to stall out like Harvey did. It's supposed to actually speed up when it makes landfall. Barry says it's all about probability. There's no perfect forecast. Yeah, I showed the update. It said max sustained winds were 80. And it was about 3 hours from landfall. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. Eastern right now, but they put out the update about 15 minutes ago. The Lucky Minute says Harvey was a Cat 3 or in 4 when it went over the area. It was there. It stalled out for several days. I don't remember the exact statistics on it, but I know it was raining for several days. Some places got over 40 inches of rain, I believe, from Harvey.
Show me out with a vehicle stuck in a ditch on 9th and Lucas.
Hurricane Harvey Harvey was downgraded to a tropical storm as it stalled near the coastline, dropping torrential and unprecedented amounts of rainfall over Texas. That's from Wikipedia.
411 disregard. Get it out.
That's correct.
Yeah, many areas got more than 40 inches of rain over a 4-day period as the system slowly meandered over eastern Texas and adjacent waters, causing unprecedented flooding. Denise Horton says, what's crazy? This is the Matagorda County scanner. Matagorda County. Matagorda is right on the coast there. I mean, that clearing in the eye is getting close to land now. Anything new on the aircraft recon front? Not really at the moment. It'll be making another pass, I assume, and we'll get some more pressure and wind readings. How about the wind front? Here's the wind readings. Gust of 45 in Galveston. Galveston, sustained winds of 30, gust of 45. Gust of 54 at Palacios Municipal Airport. Sustained winds of 36, gust of 54. See the winds picking up? Gust of 31 at Houston Sugarland Municipal Hull Field Airport. And I also want to show you coastal. Let's check out the storm surge. At Freeport Harbor, there is currently over 3 feet of storm surge at Freeport Harbor. About 3.15 feet of storm surge there. The water is that amount higher than it normally would be. Look at this, San Luis Pass. About 3.5 feet of storm surge now at San Luis Pass. See that? Look at that. And the tide is rising. But about 3.5 feet of storm surge there. Definitely seeing some more storm surge. Sargent, Texas, about over 2 feet there. Yeah, you're seeing those numbers go up. So Matagorda Bay has about 3.5 feet of storm surge. So the actual level in red is about 3.5 feet above what the expected water level would be. So definitely more storm surge. About an hour ago, we were seeing 2.5 feet. Some of these places we're seeing around 3.5 feet of storm surge right now. That's about 2.5 there, Galveston Railroad Bridge. Anyways, we'll keep an eye on that. The Lucky Minute says the power is out. I hope you get your power back soon. Yes, the tide is rising in a lot of these places. I think every place we checked, as Glitch McConnell says. Well, guys, the eye area is, while it's not clean, is getting very close to the coast now. That's quite close. So if we zoom in here, I'm going to do a little measurement. Yeah, so, I mean, it's actually less than that. If I get it right on the edge here, oops, I didn't do a good job there. Maybe like there. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's about less than 10 miles away, that edge of that eye right there, from the coast. And it's going at 10 miles an hour. Yeah, so heavy rainfall in here. One of our viewers said Freeport getting smacked. Heavy rainfall in here, and we'll check the winds as well. Let's check the wind gusts. 45, 35, 38, 26, 27. Those are wind gusts. Hang on a second here. I mean, the streams I've been looking at, I've been peeking at some of the streams. There's a bunch of streams showing like wind and rain. I know a number of you guys are watching like Storm Chaser streams, but wind and rain. Chris N says roaring in Sargent. I don't know if he's there watching a stream. I have not seen like footage of huge flooding, but it's not like I've been trying to seek it out. Ember Chef says, I'm watching Reed, definitely wind and rain. The one in yellow means category 1. And what that is that's just the prediction. That's the National Hurricane Center prediction. So the National Hurricane Center that says when it's there, they believe it'll still be a Cat 1. We'll have to see if that's the case. But that's just that's the forecast track, that line and those numbers superimposed onto the radar. Anything else on the... yeah, I'm waiting for some more relevant readings. You know, we'll wait and see that we'll see how we'll keep an eye on the recon and aircraft recon, see if the pressure goes down and the wind speed goes up. So the plane right now is where? Yeah, see, the plane is, I don't know if you, this is tropical tidbits. Oops, sorry. See, the plane is down here. So it's going to turn around, I think, and do another pass. But it's got to go through like the middle again. So you can see the highest winds and the lowest pressure. But it's not there right at the moment. Cool Map says big storm surge, Sargent Beach. Yeah, we just checked. That's Reed Timmer is at Sargent, Texas. On the storm surge map, it says so. Sargent is right near Lake Jackson. Is that where it is? I keep forgetting. Sargent is near Freeport. So right in this area. So the storm surge there, look at that. Look at the way the storm surge goes. Now, I don't know if that's a problem with the that might be an issue with the measurer. See, I don't know about that vertical line there. I feel like maybe something went wrong. I don't think the storm surge went up that much in that little a time. That's a vertical line where it goes up like 2 feet all of a sudden. So I think that might be an issue with the station. Because it's been going up, but I don't think it's going up that much right away. I think that's an issue with the station. But they were already at about what 2.5 feet. No, Linda, I know Reed is there, but it doesn't make sense that all of a sudden you'd have 2 feet of water rushing in like a minute. I don't think. I mean, yeah, the storm surge has been going up, but to just go up suddenly and stop. I don't, we'll have to see if there's more readings coming out. We'll see what happens. This is all storm surge here. This is storm surge. See what happens? It's growing. The distance between the red and blue line grow. Anyways, I'd be surprised. Yeah, some of these other this one is going up, but it's not going up like a vertical line. So here in Freeport Harbor, there's about 3.6 feet of storm surge right there. Right at the end there. Right at the end. Get to the end. About, actually, 3.5 feet of storm surge there. And then over here in San Luis Pass, they're at about 3.5 feet of storm surge. So some of these areas are showing about 3.5 feet of storm surge right now. Luke says there are some storm chasers walking around in Sargent. Not much scan. I mean, I had the Matagorda County scanner on. We weren't hearing much on that. Not many people even listening to the scanners. from Texas. My guess is that there's not that much stuff on them. Is Reed basically like right on the beach? Is that where Reed is? Hey, thanks to Amber Nolan for your support. Amber says, if we get hit with a hurricane in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, I'll go chasing, and you can use my live video. Well, thanks, Amber, for the offer. I would want you to stay safe, though. By the way, I'm in Massachusetts, so I'm hoping we don't get a hurricane here. But thank you, Amber. I appreciate your support. Thanks, Amber Nolan. That's very kind of you. Denise says, Reed is on the beach. Gary says, Reed is on the beach. He's Reed Timmer on YouTube if you want to go check him out. He's been streaming out there. By the way, that eye is getting really close to the eye is getting very close. It's not a really clean eye, but it's getting very close to the coast right now. I feel like, am I wrong? Are we seeing more rainfall like to the northeast than we saw before? I feel like before, earlier in our coverage, it was more that the rain was to the north, and now it's more that the rain is overshifted to the northeast. See what I'm saying? Am I wrong? Linda Fuller says yes. You know, and extending out. Is it just the radar? I don't know if it's just the. I mean, I know I switched radars, but I don't know. I mean, I switched radars also because it had moved north. Brian Fritsch thought there was an east bump. Hey, thanks to our new member, Michael Joseph Murray. Thank you, Michael. I mean, that's a long... This is a big extension of rainfall. I mean, look at the... let me show you the distance here. Between here and here is... Oops, that's not what I wanted. Between here and here is... that's 130 miles right there. FJ says, I am in Houston, no rain right now. I am more worried about losing power again. You are going to be getting more rain in Houston soon. See if I can get you any more updates here. So I'm going to check some of your messages too. NWS Houston says, as this moves into the coast, expect heavy, very heavy rains, gusty winds, and isolated weak tornadoes. Hang on a moment here. I'm just checking some of the messages people have been sending me. A couple of viewers like Chaz have mentioned this Lake Livingston Dam to me. I don't really know much about that. I'm seeing some articles from 3 days ago. Let's see. Oh. So, like, there's not much on it the last couple days. 3 days ago, emergency repairs continue at Lake Livingston Dam in Livingston, Texas. There was a partial failure on the left wing of the dam. Some damage was found to the dam during inspections. And mitigation efforts at the dam were scheduled to be complete prior to rainfall associated with the storm. Okay? So that was the plan, is to do repairs and have the repairs complete before the storm rain. I'm seeing several articles talk about this from a few days ago. Lake Livingston is the state's third largest lake, says Click to Houston. I have not heard any reporting recently saying the dam is at any kind of significant risk right now. I just saw a bunch of reports from a few days ago saying they had spotted some damage, I believe, and they were working to do work on it and shore it up, whatever need to be shored up before Beryl hit. That was the gist of what I was reading. Michelle Lee says 3:45 a.m. approximate landfall on AccuSeven News, Texas. It's currently 1:22 a.m. their local time. Yeah, I mean, so look, when at 1 a.m. local time, the update came. I think they're basing that off of at 12:45 a.m. local time. National Hurricane Center said it's 30 miles away and moving at 10 miles an hour. So that is why I'm guessing they're saying 3:45. Because if you just do the math, it's 3 hours. So, roughly speaking, the landfall is when the center is over land. That's when landfall happens, and that would be roughly speaking in like 2.5 hours. Yeah, Noah Emmert mentioned that the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center posted this. They said there is an enhanced risk of tornadoes. Or well, they say enhanced risk of, it's convective risk. Let's look this up. Right there. It says here, enhanced, although it says, if you go to tornado, it says like 10% here. This is for eastern Texas, western Louisiana. Several tornadoes will be possible today in association with, it's going to be Hurricane Beryl, not Tropical Cyclone Beryl. That's what they say. When do they say that, though? They say, anyways. They include Shreveport, Bossier City, Louisiana, Minden, Louisiana, Magnolia, Arkansas. I'll post a link to this map, and you can go look at it and read about it and stuff. Thanks, Noah. Oh, hang on a second. Hold on. Kay says the eye is always the center, even if it doesn't look like it is. I just saw Kay's comment. Thanks, Kay. Really quick, I want to just thank our moderators again who have been hanging out with us and moderating. Really appreciate it. Havasu Mom. Good to see you, Havasu Mom. Havasu Mom is there on YouTube moderating. Thank you. Over there on Twitch moderating. Really appreciate it. Havasu Mom. Good to see you, Havasu Mom. Over there on... sorry. Hang on. Kay Lowry Body's moderating on Facebook. Thank you, Kay. Margaret Riley is there too. Thanks, Margaret. Our Twitch mods right now are Idaho Star, Sarah, and Papa Bear. Thanks for being there. And Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Thank you. Big thanks. Big thanks. So it's getting close. I'm seeing some streamers showing wind and rain. I will show you right now the current wind gust situation. Let's look at the updated wind gusts. Wow, 56. Palacios Municipal Airport, sustained winds of 39. That's tropical storm force. Gust of 56. Over here, Lake Jackson, Angleton Lake Jackson, Brazoria County Airport, sustained winds 20, gust of 47. 56 might be the highest I've seen on land here. College Station, gusts of 23. Houston, gusts of 26. Houston Sugar Land Airport, wind speed 17, gusts of 26. 38 over in Galveston, gust. They Call Me Coop says it's slowly picking up. If you look up Pearl Land or Marvel Airport, that's me. So those are the gusts. How are we doing on... Let me check out tropical tidbits. Any more recon data here? Okay, we have some more airplane data. So the pressure has dropped, but not that much. The official pressure in the last update was 984. The current reading looks like it's maybe it's 982 or 3. So it's still strengthening, it looks like, but it's not that fast. But you can see on the left, that red line is the pressure reading, and the plane just got a pressure reading about 15 minutes ago, I don't know, of 982 or 983. So it is strengthening. I have a hard time believing it's going to get to Category 2 with the limited amount of time left at that rate of strengthening. You never know, though. And we're going to get some more wind readings soon. We'll see what the winds are. But it would need to get up to 96 mile an hour max sustained wind to be a Category 2, and right now it's at 80. Linda Fuller says models were consistently saying 970 at landfall. Linda says...
I received an additional alarm trigger for that Cathay Supply.
Linda said some models were saying 970 pressure at landfall. I don't know that it's going to get to 970 at this rate.
That's clear.
Let's update this and see. So at least for now, it has not gotten any super high wind readings above what it got, like an hour ago. All right, so we're starting to see some of that clearing area getting really close to land. People, if they live around here, there's Matagorda Bay right there. I think Matagorda is right in here, and that's East Matagorda Bay. But some of these people on the coast here, if there's people here, they might have some clearing over them shortly. Galveston's going to be getting more rain in the coming minutes.
Or can't be on location.
No, it's a Cat 1 hurricane right now. So, I mean, I think, the forecasts have been pretty accurate on this. For the last several days, National Hurricane Center has been saying Cat 1 hurricane. It's been fluctuating a little bit, but fortunately so far, there have been worries expressed by National Hurricane Center that this thing could rapidly intensify. It just hasn't happened yet. They didn't say, that was never their prediction. That what they've been saying for several days is we're predicting a Cat 1, but you should be prepared. It could actually strengthen more. It just hasn't borne out, which is good so far. I mean, let's hope that continues. It just hasn't done it. Mr. Andrews says category has been accurate, but moving slower than expected. It's interesting. There's been some timing changes. It looks like at one point I think they were calling, I know they were saying before dawn landfall, which it still actually looks like it's going to be. But I feel like maybe at one point they were predicting a couple hours earlier. I'm not sure. Yeah, the Adventurer says it's not going to intensify over land. Once it makes landfall, it's supposed to rapidly weaken. That's according to the National Hurricane Center. But fortunately, so far, we have not seen rapid intensification.
And they advised it was the same thing, just a secondary one.
The National Hurricane Center literally posted earlier today saying you should be prepared for the possibility of a Category 2 landfall. Shay says, I've never seen a hurricane stay around for so long, or maybe I'm mistaken. I mean, this has been around for a long time. I'll actually post here.
And there was a front door trigger.
Let me show you the past track here. Because this thing, it hit Grenada, it got right near Jamaica, caused damage there, it passed over Mexico. So look at this. When was this? It doesn't even have dates on it, but I mean, that's Grenada was all the way over here when it was a Cat 4. Then Jamaica, then it went over Mexico and became a tropical storm. Then it became a hurricane again. But there's that. It's been a hurricane for a while. It stopped being a hurricane for a little while, but this has a long history. This storm. Havasumam says this is one determined monster hurricane.
Right, feel we secure.
That's right.
No, I don't have any live cams I can show you at the moment. You can find people streaming like on YouTube. There's some people out there like Reed Timmer and others, but I don't have access to any of the live cams. Anyways, I wanted to just show you that real quick. It's definitely a hurricane we've been hearing about for a while. Let me just check. This is the Corpus Christi radar. Same thing. Basically the same thing. Mike M says the storm that keeps going.
409.
Greener Pasture says there's a Twitch streamer on the beach.
Both units back in.
Okay.
Chris N says that's a long track. I was trying to look up how long they normally last for. Hang on one second here. One moment. I've seen a couple websites say hurricanes on average last for 5 to 10 days, but I'm not sure about that. I'd like to see something from the National Weather Service. Yeah, I don't know exactly where the eye wall is, but it's possible that part of the eye wall is already on land now. Because just look at that right there. That is right near, I think Matagorda is right there. That's East Matagorda Bay and Matagorda Bay. So it's right near, there. It's south of Bay City. There's no snap maps anymore on the web. Snap maps on the web went away. It's not there anymore. Let's just check. Let's do a quick check of the wind gusts. Wind gust check. Wind gust check. Wow, guys, look at this. 67. Palacios Municipal Airport, 67. That's East Matagorda Bay and that's Matagorda Bay, I think. Right. So that's Matagorda right here. So there's a gust of 67 there. Max sustained winds of 45. And then a gust of 53 here. Sustained winds of 45 mile an hour sustained wind. Constant 45 mile an hour. And a gust of 58 here. San Bernard, NWR. Sustained wind 38, gust 58. So these winds have really picked up in the last few minutes. Because you're seeing the sustained winds higher and the gusts higher. We've seen those numbers pick up. 49 over here. Galveston, sustained wind of 30, gust of 49. So as that storm, the center of the storm, starts approaching the coast, you're seeing the winds pick up. How about these storm surge? Yeah, as suspected, I think there's something wrong with this This is the storm surge reading at Sargent, Texas, that's where Reed is, but it stopped broadcasting about a half hour ago. The last reading is from, it hasn't broadcast like a new reading in like 40 minutes. I think that vertical line there is something happened to the station. So it says may experience, again, I think there might be an issue with the station. If we go to this one over here, this station says about 2 feet of storm surge, Matagorda City. This station says about 2.5 feet of storm surge, Freeport Harbor. Matagorda Bay, storm surge, about 3.5 feet of storm surge there. Oh, see, Port O'Connor, 3.5 feet of storm surge, and actually getting some flooding at Port O'Connor, it says. Port Lavaca, about 2 feet of storm surge. Galveston Pier, about 2 feet of storm surge. Galveston Railroad Bridge, about 2.5 feet of storm surge. So. One of our viewers, Linda Fuller, says National Weather Service Houston said there was a 75-mile-an-hour gust at Matagorda Bay. Yes, National Weather Service Houston said a weather station near Matagorda Bay gusted 75 miles an hour 16 minutes ago. It's getting close, guys. It's getting quite close. Samurai Conscious says it's really moving along. Any chance this thing has sped up? It was supposed to speed up once it made landfall. Matt Talmer mentioned that Vince Whalty posted a video. I'll post a link to it in the chat. I can't show it. I don't own the rights to it. Thanks, Matt. But I'll post a link to Vince Whalty's X account where you can see his video of Matagorda, Texas. So I just posted the link. Vince Whalty, VinceWaelti on X, posted a video showing some street flooding, it looked like, in Matagorda, Texas. Yeah, Matt Lanza. Hey, just to be clear, I think I was right about this. Matt Lanza is a weather expert who I look to a bunch for weather stuff. Look what he posted. So he was looking at this at the Sargent, Texas weather station. Remember a while back we were looking at it and I saw the vertical line. I said, you know what? I think that's probably an issue with the station because there's a vertical line. So he saw this and he said, tidal gauge at Sargent hockey sticking, which indicates storm surge is arriving there. But then he said, this may have been bad data I caught at the wrong moment. Seems to have evened out back at 3 feet or a more gradual rise. So he's saying that that vertical line was not actual storm surge data, which is what I thought. Some people are saying they see a skull. Where is the skull? Are the two eyes here and here? I don't know what you're talking about. Oops, sorry. I mean, the good news for like places in here is there's not a lot of rain right now on the back side. So once they get out of these heavy bands, they'll have a lot less. Skull looking left, said one of our viewers. It's still a Cat 1, still 80 miles an hour max sustained winds. Going over to the recon data on tropical tidbits. Yeah, the pressure looks like it maybe went down a little more to 982. There's nothing in this data which suggests it has greatly strengthened. Maybe strengthened a little bit since the last National Hurricane Center update. Oh, flash flood warning. Guys, we got a flash flood warning here. Look. Flash flood warning. Flash flood warning for southern Brazoria County in southeastern Texas, northern Matagorda County in southeastern Texas. Doppler radar and automated rain gauges indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 4 inches are possible. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. I mean, the forecast was for 5 to 10 of inches of rain. So they've gotten 2 to 4 and 2 to 4 more possible. That's inside that green circle. And look, I mean, if you've been watching this, you know that area has been, because there was all that rain in the front of the storm. And it's just been, as the storm has been moving roughly north, those areas have just been getting those heavy rain bands. So that's the first one of those flash flood warnings we've seen. And part of that eye is now, looks like, on the coast, guys. Look at this. Part of that eye is creeping over the coast. The center needs to go over the coast for landfall, but we are definitely seeing some clear areas on the coast there. Mary Murray said 15,000 without power. Now, I don't know about the total amount, but 11,000 on the Centerpoint Energy site. I'll check poweroutage.us in a second. Des says, I am right by Galveston, wind ramping up fast. According to poweroutage.us, in Texas there are now 15,000 customers without power. I wouldn't be surprised if that goes up, obviously. This app is Radar Omega. That is the name of the radar app. Radar Omega. Our viewer 0000 says they're in Bay City and they're hearing some storm sirens there. I don't know what the storm sirens signify there. Richard says, I'm in Katy. We have power at the moment. There has not, since we've been on the air, there has not been a tornado warning. There's a risk of tornadoes, but there has not been a tornado warning since we've been on the air. Just to go back here, let's update you on the wind gusts. Hey, look at the wind gusts. We have really noticed this wind pickup over the last half hour or so. A gust of 71 here, Palacios Municipal Airport. That's right near Matagorda. I don't know if it's in Matagorda, but gust of 71, and the sustained winds are up to 48. So as this storm as the center has moved close to the coast, we've really seen these pick up. This here on the coast, this station, sustained wind of 46, gust of 54. Over here, sustained wind 38, gust of 58. Bay City, sustained 32, gust of 56. Then over at Galveston, you have a gust of 48 at Galveston Bay. Sustained wind at 42 at Galveston Bay. So these winds, have really picked up in the last half hour or so, as the storm has approached the coast there. Definitely seeing that. Definitely seeing that. So I am certainly not surprised to see some of these streamers with the wind and the rain, because clearly there's a lot of wind and a lot of rain. Yeah, and I don't know, it kind of, I can't tell for sure, but if you told me the eye wall is like right on the coast here, I'd believe you. The radar animation has been the same? No, it hasn't been. This radar is up to date. It literally says at the bottom 2:51 a.m. That radar is updating. Here's the Corpus Christi radar. That's the Corpus Christi radar. Looks the same to me. Same as the this one. Yeah. Oh, thanks to PZ Papa Zulu for the gift memberships. That's so nice of you, PZ Papa Zulu. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, Reed Timmer is streaming. He's showing, he's in Sargent, Texas, right? Showing a bunch of water on the road where he is. Yeah, still a Cat 1, 80 mile an hour max sustained wind. I don't know if they'll do an update at the top of the hour. They might not. It's almost the top of the hour right now. I mean, you're going to start... Some of these coastal areas are almost in the eye here. Speaking of Houston, some of you guys are talking about Houston. So you are seeing some of the heavier bands start getting up there, but they got a bunch of rain coming their way. You can see the heavy yellow and orange bands. Sugarland's about to get some more.
408.
So it's coming there.
408.
We got at 1617 East Bayshore. There's a telephone pole about to go down on a house.
Oh. 1617 East Bayshore, I think they said. I can look that up, actually. Is that in Palacios, Texas? I think I found it.
I think we just heard this on the scanner. Let's for the fun of it, let's look. So this is. Oh, hold on a second. Here.
There is a full tree down in the roadway, First Street, right by the point.
So I think this is the address they gave. 1617 East Bay Shore, which is right near Matagorda Bay. So that's right in the thick of it. And they said there's a tree down. I think they said a tree's going to come down the house. There it is. I think that's 1617 right there. I don't know what tree it is. It is on the shore of the bay. I believe that is. So, anyways, that's the area they were just talking about. All right. Fine. Oops. Oh, did they say a telephone pole? Not a tree. Did they say telephone pole? I'm sorry. People are saying, I forgot. People are saying it was telephone pole. So, I wonder if it was, I wonder if it's this telephone pole. Is it this one? I don't know. One of the ones there. I think that's 1617 here. I think. But the tree was a separate issue. So there's a pole in the area, a telephone pole that they think is coming on a house. Going to fall on a house. Linda says it's already crooked, so it might be. I wonder if that's it. Adventurer thinks probably that one. But I think that's 1617. If you look up 1617, it says 1617 is here. Yeah, that's the one. So hopefully they're okay. Linda says it's the only. Yeah, now I didn't know they gave that address, but I thought maybe the address is just the general area. But they did specifically give that address. So, yeah, that certainly I agree with you folks that given the information we heard, the most likely scenario is it is that telephone pole we're just looking at. When was that picture taken?
County.
That picture was taken in 2023.
There is what appears to be two power poles down just north of the point. One of them is laying on top of a building. It's not caused any damage, just the lines are supporting it.
Is that the same area or different area? Two power poles down? Maybe they're talking about this area.
Fortune.
But
One
this
of the city
area.
crews en route with the equipment to get that tree off the roadway on First.
Tree off the roadway on First. So we're listening to the Matagorda County scanner. But the area where this is, where we were just looking at here is, I need to straighten this out. Yeah, they're like on the north side of Matagorda Bay. So if we go back to our radar, Matagorda Bay is right here. So they're really in the thick of it. I mean, basically, they're right around where the eye wall would be, where that house we were just looking at. It's on the north side of the bay, right around here. And they've been getting a lot of rain and wind there. New Twitcher says landfall possibly within the hour. So it's going to be when the center of the storm goes over land. Actually, what I can do here is I can do a little guesstimate here. If that's the center, if that's the center, it's still about 17 miles away. And I don't know, I don't know if the storm is sped up, but if it hasn't, it's 10 miles an hour. So within 2 hours, definitely. It's close. Let's go look at the wind numbers again. One moment here. Gust of 70. here, near Matagorda, gust of 70, sustained winds of 40. Gust of 48, gust of 56. Houston, Sugar Land Municipal, Hallfield Airport, wind speed 20, gust 31. Any new aircraft data? Nothing to really discuss there. Thanks for hanging out with us for the coverage. Oh, is there a new National Hurricane Center update? Hold on. I missed this. New update. Breaking news, new update. Once again, the Hurricane Hunter aircraft information on tropical tidbits steered us right. Why do I say that? Because look, the new update is pressure 982, wind 80. So, and it's moving at 10 miles an hour, same speed north, 10 miles an hour, northwest. So remember, we checked the recon data. What did we say? Oh, look, there was a measurement of 982 pressure. Well, that's what the pressure is. We also said we're not seeing any kind of wind speed detection that's higher than what they already did. Well, the wind did not go up. The official wind did not go up. So, once again, the value of that tropicaltidbits.com airplane recon info. So, this thing is not going to become a Category 2, I don't think. It's not going to have enough time. It's not strengthening enough. It's still at 80 miles an hour max sustained wind. Update statement. Beryl is nearing the middle Texas coast. 2 a.m. position update, central. Beryl is nearing the middle Texas coast and is expected to make landfall within the next few hours. I mean, I would say the next 2 hours. It is about 20 miles south of Matagorda, and it's going north, and it's traveling at 10 miles an hour. So that would mean 2 hours. Conditions are deteriorating with the dangerous storm surge and flash flooding. Sustained tropical storm force winds and hurricane force wind gusts have already been reported on the coast. A weather flow station at Matagorda Bay recently got a sustained wind of 60 and a gust of 75. Another position update in an hour. Yeah, so if you just do the math, it would take 2 hours to make landfall because it's 20 miles away and 10 miles an hour. Strickler says it's already reached land, so no. Well, they did originally say that National Hurricane Center there was going to strengthen until landfall. It's not technically landfall yet, but yeah, I mean, we were not seeing the signs of rapid strengthening in the aircraft data, and there you go. So it is still an 80 mile an hour max sustained wind, Category 1. It would need to get to 96 to be a Category 2. And the pressure is just not going down that much. Also, you're seeing this in that eye there starting to move on to land.
409, we received a third call on the alarm for a tractor supply. It's going to be the same front zone motion.
Any further calls?
That's fair.
Some people are saying there was a brief tornado. I didn't hear about it. There was no tornado warning. Maybe there's been a report of it. I don't know. Josh Morgerman, I'll post a link to it in the chat. He posted a video from Matagorda. I just posted a link in the chat. He's at iCyclone on X. But he just posted a video of some heavy winds, and it's raining and some flooding going over there in Matagorda. And Matt Lanza, who is a meteorologist, he just posted 5 minutes ago. And he said the eye looks like it's about to come on shore very near Matagorda at East Matagorda Bay. That's what we've been talking about. East Matagorda Bay is right here. Has it hit any main cities? Well, I guess the nearest big city is Houston, but the rain hasn't gotten there yet. I'm not aware of any kind of major damage from this storm right now in the U.S. in Texas. There certainly could be damage. We've seen some gusts even up into the 70s, but those are gusts, and but so far I have not seen reports of major damage. Hopefully that holds. But the winds really started picking up like in the last hour or so. We weren't seeing those gusts until more recently. And I'm sure there's flooding in certain places and stuff, you know. There's a flash flood warning in here in the green here. But, I mean, it's fortunate that it hasn't strengthened even more. Hey, thanks to Denise Horton. That's so nice of you. Denise Horton from Canada. Thank you, Denise Horton, for your support. Our viewer Richard says the wind's hitting Katy right now and it's getting pretty bad. Look, we've seen some of these weather stations are showing sustained tropical storm force winds, like 40 miles an hour or more. Sustained, continuous. We'll check again. Gust of 51, gust of 49. Sustained winds of 44 here. Bay City, sustained winds of 33. Gusts 49. You can tell the flags have the sustained wind, and the more of these bars are on the flag, the higher the sustained wind is. So the heaviest winds right now are right here, and that's where the eye wall is. And also you have some heavy winds out here where the storm is, like on the back end or the side of it. Those are probably the eastern eye wall. But you can see the eye is starting to come ashore. Big Meat Special says Lake Jackson and Angleton getting hit by bad gusts now. Oh, you know what? Josh Tompkins and Sean Caven. I see now what people were looking at with the skeleton. I'll actually show you this real quick. Josh sent me a screenshot. Thanks, Josh. So before, I didn't notice. So you had the mouth and the eye. Is that the idea?
City
that this was the mouth and this was the eye?
tree off the roadway.
I didn't see that
Also, we have
before.
another one on 42nd and Humphrey also now.
Okay. Thanks for sending that in. When did it hit Grenada? How long ago was that? Hang on a second here. I got to do something. How many days ago was the Grenada? We did a stream on it. When was our stream on Grenada? It was, I'm going to look it up here. Man, that was a while ago. It was, the Grenada stream was, I want to say around a week ago. How about that? About a week ago. Hey, thanks to Debbie James. So nice of you, Debbie. I appreciate that, Debbie. Thank you.
Four, Chan Vice, First Street's clear.
Fortunately.
We're listening to the Matagorda scanner. Just checking some of the messages people have been sending me. Yeah, some people sent me live cams, but I can't show those unless I have the rights to them. Got to be careful with the copyright stuff.
To 301. I just got public service about a tree on fire on Green, about the 600 block of Green.
It's a tree on fire at the 600 block of Green.
I was about to turn it out. I was just attaching to it.
I think they just said. Where is that?
That's clear. I'll advise on location. On arrival if I need additional unit out there.
Perfect. Advising they have an active fire at that location.
Yes.
I don't even know. I don't even know. I think they said Green. Oh, 600 Green Avenue in Palacios, Matagorda County. I think it's there. That's Green Ave. I don't know what's going on here, but they said 600 Green would be around here. That's Green Ave. One of our viewers, Denise Horton, said power lines, maybe? Riri says tree fire or pole. One of our viewers thinks maybe lightning got something.
400, 411.
Go ahead.
Correction, 410. Where was the tree down again? They're at Humphrey and didn't see it.
Somebody said it was 6. Correction, 2nd and 1st.
Okay, you may go back and try to locate it again. They're not finding it.
411, it wasn't a tree. It was power lines down hanging across the road, barely above the, about 10 stuff.
National Weather Service Houston says winds have been gusting to around 70 around the eye wall, which we've been seeing that data ourselves. Let me check the wind data again. Here it is. Yeah, I mean, we're not even at the moment. At the moment, these are the latest gusts: 28, 21, 38, 54, 49, 36. Those are the latest gusts. We've seen a couple gusts in the 70s, I believe. Definitely 1 over 70.
What was that address again for the fire?
They reported a tree on fire in the 600 block of Green.
Yeah, we were just looking at this. 600 block of Green.
Yeah.
Matagorda County. Tree on fire. Tree on fire. Brig Commander says power line down could have caused a short fire in the trees. Greener pastures says starting to get real outside. So the eye is clearly made it onto shore. Started making it onto shore here. The center needs to pass over land for it to be landfall. But we are already seeing the eye moving onto shore.
312 is 312, 315. Callers advising they believe it's going to be off of Renee, possibly down here at this.
Oh, you know what
Renee and Lynn.
I haven't even updated the headline. I'll update the headline here.
Using 312, clearing debris in the road on 9th and Morton.
Oh, did Reed Streams? Did he have an issue with like getting the signal out? Maybe.
312, 315. Say again, you digitized heavily on my end.
One of our viewers, Rocky Coast, says, I read in 1900 a Category 4 hurricane hit Galveston, killing about 8,000 people.
Was that a tree or just a limb?
So, on Wikipedia, you can read about the 1900 Galveston hurricane. It's the deadliest natural disaster in United States history. It killed between 6,000 and 12,000 people in the U.S. The most cited number is 8,000. Most of them occurred near Galveston. The storm surge inundated the coastline and the island city with 8 to 12 feet of water.
Green. Everybody still has power. More likely is just tree limbs hitting the lines, arcing. I'm back in.
They're saying on Green Ave, they think what was going on was tree limbs hitting the power line and arcing, not a fire. That's what they said. So in Galveston, what happened is, let me just show you here.
4, 9, 4, 8, 10, 11. Get out of the neighborhood. No need tree or debris hitting the unit. We'll just find a place to park it.
So there's Galveston right there. You can see. Surrounded by
clear.
water. Surrounded by water, Galveston. So
411 clear.
in the 1900
All right, clear.
hurricane, Galveston had 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. It's the deadliest natural disaster in U.S. history. The hurricane left about 10,000 people in Galveston homeless, out of a population of fewer than 38,000. So it looks like about half the people were killed or left homeless in Galveston from that. Now, I don't know. So obviously they didn't have satellites back then, right? It says what it says in Wikipedia is it says that the storm, a ship east of the Windward Islands detected a tropical cyclone on August 27th. I don't even know what kind of any kind of heads up they had. There's a whole section of the article about the Galveston 1900 hurricane called Preparations. It's interesting. Here, I'm going to post a link to the Wikipedia article about Galveston 1900 hurricane. I just posted a link to Wikipedia. It's very. I have to read more about it. But again, it was the deadliest natural disaster
Flashers 312 base.
in U.S. history.
What?
Yes, ma'am. In regards to that transformer fire on Green Avenue, I believe it's going to be behind the address of 501 Green. There's nothing we can do for it. It appears to be tree debris on the transformer, and it's just arguing it to try and clear it. Initial audience back in available.
That's weird.
Yeah, Aaron says, I wonder how much warning they have back then. So I was trying to figure that out for the article. It's kind of hard to say. But I also don't know, like, you know, in the article it said, in Galveston on the morning of September 8th, the swells persisted despite only partly cloudy skies. Largely because of the unremarkable weather, few residents saw cause for concern. Few people evacuated across Galveston's bridges to the mainland. And the majority of the population was unconcerned by the rain clouds that began rolling in by mid-morning. I mean, I don't even know. In 1900 in Galveston, you know, there's no TV. A lot of people maybe have never seen a hurricane. It's not like they were watching one on TV. So even if there were some warnings about it, I don't know that the average person would like pay much attention to it back then the way they do now. So it's a great question about the whole, you know, what was the warning situation like and what were common people's attitudes towards weather warnings and how much did they even hear them? It's a good question. Also, there was some like weather forecasting and weather warnings back then, but I don't know how accurate they were. So, I mean, these days, you know, what would happen is it would be forecast and they would like make people leave, or some, if they thought it was going to be bad enough. I might watch a documentary about that. But people basically got trapped on the island. The city of Galveston was effectively obliterated, says Wikipedia. About 8,000 people died there. The Wikipedia says to prevent future storms from causing destruction like that of the 1900 hurricane, many improvements to Galveston Island were made. There's a seawall there. A seawall was built. Also, the city was raised, actually. Some sections of the city were raised by as much as 17 feet. They added a lot of sand there. Very interesting. I'll post that link again. It's a really interesting article. I want to learn more about that. What is the estimated storm surge? When I've been checking, I have seen storm surge of about up to 3.5 feet. I'll check again here. But when I've checked, I've seen storm surge amounts of about 3. That looks like it's not working. Sergeant, I think, stopped working. Yeah, the storm surge here, Freeport Harbor, is about 2.5 feet. Oh, that's a lot of surge. About 3.5. San Luis Pass, about 3.5 feet of storm surge there. Over 3.5 feet. Galveston area, about 2 feet. Max storm surge was supposed to be about 7 feet. Galveston here, about 2.5 feet. That's less there. That's going up there. Matagorda City. They're over 3 feet there. Matagorda City. Oh, look at the Port O'Connor. Port O'Connor is at 4 feet of storm surge. Look at this. Very interesting. 4 feet of storm surge. I'm going to post this. Oops, I didn't do a good job there. Hang on. There you go. It's actually more. Over 4 feet of storm surge at Port O'Connor, Texas. Look at that. 4.34 feet of storm surge. Moderate flooding. 4.34 feet of storm surge at Port O'Connor, Texas. Oops. What happened here?
6:30.
It's 4.34 feet higher than what it would be expected to be. How about that? Really went up a bunch in the last, recently, the last hour or two. Very interesting. Morgan's Point, about 2.5 feet there. Manchester, Texas, about 2.25 feet there. Again, San Luis Pass, about 3.5 feet. Where is that Port O'Connor station? Let me go back and check that. The Port O'Connor station is where? I can't find it anymore. Port O'Connor. Wow, that's really going up there. Look at that. It's almost at major flooding there. Right here. It's right there. Right, it's right here. See, it says Port O'Connor. Maybe it's at the end of a pier or something. Let's go look and see where that is on Google Maps. So Port O'Connor is right there, an unincorporated community. About 1,500 people live there. That is kind of near Port Lavaca. It's on the edge of Matagorda Bay. And there's a jetty there, and the actual storm surge detector, water level detector, is at the end of the jetty. That's where it is. Can actually
411,
see
show
the
me
jetty.
back in, advice given.
There's the jetty right there. So that is the jetty. That's where they've gotten over like about 4.5 feet of storm surge there. There's Port O'Connor there. And this is, I think this is the bay. Matagorda Bay. A jetty is a landing stage or a small pier at which boats can dock or be moored. Says Oxford Languages Dictionary on Google. Wikipedia says a jetty is a structure that projects from land out into water. All right. So anyways, Craig says, is Brian Emfinger there? Again, I can't show those streams. Is he in Port O'Connor? I don't know where he is. Some people are saying he's at Sargent Beach. Maybe here's where Reed is. Linda Belk is watching some of the live streams. Brig Commander says, didn't one projection have it reaching Cat 3 again before landfall? I don't know. There might have been a model here or there who said it. The National Hurricane...
State Villa, room 149B. For Chastain.
National Hurricane Center never projected it that high.
Clear.
Autism Mommy said a storm chaser claimed they were getting 100+ mile an hour winds. There's been no report of that. There's been the highest gusts I've seen reported are in the 70s. That's the highest gust I've seen is in the 70s. There's another 71 gust right here. Palacios Municipal Airport. Again, right near Matagorda, East Matagorda and East Matagorda Bay. 71 miles an hour gust, 48 mile an hour sustained winds there. 68 mile an hour gust right here. Oh, 76 mile an hour gust. Look at that, 76.
About the 1100 block of Maine.
51 sustained wind, 76 gust.
That's fair.
Right there. This area near Matagorda is really where they've been getting the highest winds. 76. How about that? Galveston, a 50 mile an hour gust up here. Galveston Bay interest. Sustained wind of 43, tropical storm force. Gust of 50. So some high winds on the coast. Definitely tropical storm force sustained winds. And some gusts in the 70s. Oh, check the recon on tropical tidbits. So the recon on tropical tidbits, the latest pass, thanks for mentioning that. The latest pass of the Hurricane Hunter aircraft, it looks like the pressure might have gotten down to about 980, which is lower than 982. So it still is strengthening, it looks like. Again, it doesn't have that much time left to strengthen. But just about a half an hour ago or 20 minutes ago, they got a 980. In terms of the wind speed, I don't think they ever got above. I mean, the latest wind measurements are about 68 knots, which is what, about 80 miles an hour or something like that? Yeah, so it's 78 miles an hour. So we haven't seen in the last couple hours on the recon aircraft it getting wind readings higher than 80 miles an hour, for whatever that's worth. That's the current strength of the storm. The pressure has dropped a little bit more, it looks like, from earlier, because it looks like it got about a 980. That's from tropicaltidbits.com, the recon aircraft. But thanks for mentioning that. Did I thank Debbie James? Thanks, Debbie James, for your support. I think I did, but thanks anyway. So Libby says, how long before landfall? So it's when the center crosses over. It's when the center crosses over land. So I mean, just eyeballing it right now, we're getting quite close. It looks like it's about 10 miles away. I don't know. An hour? But, it's just when that center goes over land. Rain starting to move into the Houston area, you can see. Actually, like Baytown getting rain. some northern parts of Metro Houston getting rainfall. Yeah, it's still moving at 10 miles an hour. Well, we'll definitely stay on until landfall. We got to stay on till landfall. We've made it this far. So National Weather Service Corpus Christi says 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Port O'Connor, currently within the northern eye wall of Beryl. And Matt Lanza said Beryl to make landfall near Matagorda soon. No, I can't show Storm Chaser stuff. I don't own the rights to their footage. So I can't show it. That's their footage. Baby Dougie says the northern eye wall is basically already there. Linda Belk says, I wish Josh Morgerman has a live stream. I don't know why Josh doesn't do live streams. I mean, maybe he records the stuff or sells it or something. I don't know. I'm not aware that he's live streaming right now. He posts on X once in a while. Thanks to our member Corwin, by the way, 719. Kryptonian says, my sister in Houston says it's really starting to pick up there.
I'm going to be 1050 Fleet at the intersection of 4th and Commerce.
Yeah, there's a storm track after landfall. One of our viewers asked for that, Sandy C. There's where it's going after landfall.
Oh.
It's supposed to rapidly...
for a fleet accident.
It's supposed to rapidly weaken.
Wait, do you have any injuries?
So that is the storm track right there.
Wait, unknown.
But look, it's still going to be a hurricane when the center's right here, according to the forecast.
Sir 1534, I'll be en route to your location.
So look, we got a 74 gust right here. Port O'Connor, where they also have had over 4 feet of storm surge. Right at Matagorda Bay, 70 wind gust of 74. Sustained wind of 62. They're almost at hurricane sustained wind there. How about that? Sustained of 74 would be a hurricane, but they're at sustained of 62.
Any injuries? Looks like the roadway's washed away.
Over here, sustained 51. Sustained 51, gust 76. Gust of 71 here. Sustained 47. Look at that. 3 gusts in the 70s. 3 gusts in the 70s recently here. So that's where that eye is coming ashore. That's all that Matagorda area. Matagorda Bay, East Matagorda Bay. But, I mean, clearly, that's the highest winds we've seen. 3
Thank you,
gusts
301.
above 70.
Clear.
Interesting. Let's say the Port O'Connor storm surge. So I think it stopped working. I think the gauge had an issue. I think. Well, I don't know. That says
to the car wash on Main.
Maybe not.
Now I can get out this wind and look at the front end.
I don't know if this. No, this might be accurate. This says 4.75 feet of storm, almost 5 feet of storm
Main
surge.
Street flooded. You may not be able to get through.
Almost 5 feet of
which
storm
end?
surge.
I'm in the 300 block right now.
10-4, 300 block, eastbound lane.
That's clear. I'm looking at it. I'm going to stay right here on the center line. It's passable for now. I just want to check my front end, make sure I don't have anything knock loose from going in that trench.
This is the Matagorda County scanner, by the way.
Vehicle's been removed. There will be an open trench across the intersection of 4th and Commerce, intersection of Passable.
Hang on a second here. We are close to a landfall now. Not quite there, but we're getting quite close. It's when the center goes over land. Linda Belk says, Highway 231 over the bay is covered and there are white caps blowing over the roadway. Where's 231? I'm looking it up. I need to buy maps. Oopsie. There's the 60. I don't know where the 231 is. Here? I don't know. We are getting very close to landfall, guys. Very close. Linda Belk sent me a screen cap of a surge over the Matagorda Bay Bridge. Lots of seaweed and other debris being pushed up onto the roadway, she said. Mort says, first of a possibly long season. Where is... Check the winds again. No, that's not what I want to do. Let's check the winds again. 74, yeah, we saw this before. 76 gusts, 71 gusts, 74 gusts. all around that Matagorda area. Yeah, I mean, if somebody were right here, they'd be getting 62-mile-an-hour sustained winds and a gust of 74. I don't know if these streamers are in one of these areas. Kitty DeBoo says this is the wildest cat one I can ever remember. I mean, I also don't know to what degree. It seems like this is making landfall at a place that allows streamers to be there. You know, like sometimes a hurricane can make landfall at a place and it's just so out of the way that you don't have streamers there. But it does seem like there's a bunch of streamers on the coast in this area. Anonymous says landfall coming soon.
Ground 1315.
Go ahead.
If y'all check north on 4th Street, we just had a big blue flash up there.
10-4 en route.
We've also lost power down here, like west of 4th Street. I mean, east of 4th Street, sorry.
They're talking about losing power west of 4th Street.
312 to 301. Everything's going to be 10-4 on this unit. Appreciate you getting me out of there. One moment it was solid, the next it wasn't.
So they're talking about, this is right near Matagorda Bay, and they're saying that there's power outages in this area. I think they're talking about Palacios, maybe. But really, this area around Matagorda Bay, East Matagorda Bay, they've been getting the worst of it, it sounds like, with the winds in the storm surge. Matagorda Bay, East Matagorda Bay, and then over here, this is Espiritu Santo Bay. And that's all in here. That's right where the eye is. I mean, that's East Matagorda Bay, and that's Matagorda Bay. So, unsurprisingly, right around where the eye is where they've been getting the worst winds and storm surge. DeGoat says the streamer guys are in Bay City. It's bad. The new Twitcher, the National Hurricane Center will announce landfall when it happens. It hasn't happened yet. The center isn't over land yet. Soon, though. Soon. Appreciate you guys being here for the broadcast. We're sticking with this till landfall. No question.
Yeah.
There's going to be some debris on 4th and Welch.
Baby Dougie says the stream I'm watching is in the center of the eye on the bridge. What bridge? Like here? Is this a bridge? Or is that or not? I don't even know. Oh, is that the 231? This is 2031. One of our viewers, Marty, says that would be Vince. I don't know what bridge that is. It's somewhere in here. The eye, how big it is. The eye is about 30 miles in diameter. It looks like we're still a little ways away from landfall. Maybe like, I mean, that right there is 10 miles. So that would be like an hour, but maybe it'll, I don't know, what's the exact center? Is it here? That's more like 8 miles. Things getting worse in Houston. What I'm going to do real quick is do this. Kryptonian says landfall in less than an hour. I agree with that. I agree with that. Where is... why is that not showing up? What is happening here? Oh, I see. Hey, really quick, I'm going to come back in 1 minute. Move that up. Steve will be back in 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. And we will continue our live coverage as we're getting close to landfall. All right, I'm back. I don't think I missed landfall. Let's see here. Thanks to all of our... It is 80 miles an hour. Max sustained winds. It's moving north-northwest, I believe, at 10 miles an hour. Hey, thanks to all of our moderators. Havasumam is with us still. Thank you, Havasumam. So nice of you. Late night here. Linda Belk, I know, and Larry moderate for us on X. I know Linda's over there now. Paul Anderson. Hey, thanks, Paul. And Kay, Larry Body, and Margaret Riley over there on Facebook moderating. Thanks. Thanks also to Jane Summers for being a subscriber over there on Facebook. On Twitch, we have right now moderating LB Prairie on Idaho Star. I got that fire, Sarah and Papa Bear. Thank you. Thanks for Lila for subscribing on Twitch. Shaggy Wall Street. All of our other subscribers over there as well. Landfall is when the center moves over land. When the center moves over land. We are close. We're very close. Oh, new update. New update from National Hurricane Center. New update. Thanks for the heads up, Paul Tissue. It is still 982 pressure, 80 miles an hour wind speed. They say within the next hour or two. I think it's going to be within the next hour. Here, let me show you the new update, guys. Here's the new update coming up for you. Here is the new update. Beryl expected to make landfall along middle Texas coast within the next hour or two. Position update. It says it's 15 miles away from Matagorda, and it's moving at 10 miles an hour. Then that'd be an hour and a half. Life-threatening storm surge and heavy rainfall is ongoing across portions of Texas. Sustained tropical storm force winds and hurricane force wind gusts have already been reported along the coast. These winds will continue to spread inland. A wind station, an NOS station at Matagorda City, had a sustained wind of 68 and a gust of 86. That's the highest gust I've heard of, was 86. So again, moving north-northwest at 10 miles an hour. It is about 15 miles south-southeast of Matagorda. I thought it was closer. Doesn't it look like the center is right there? What do I know? Doesn't it look like it's about like 7 miles away? Well, actually, I take it back, though. I take it back. Because Matagorda, isn't Matagorda a little inland? People are saying they agree with me. I mean, there's Matagorda. So, but Matagorda Beach, is that part of Matagorda? Yes, it is part of Matagorda. So, I was thinking maybe they're measuring to the city. How many people live in Matagorda? Small town there. 313 people live in Matagorda. There is a Matagorda beach. Look at that beach. How about that? Matagorda Beach. It is primarily a tourist town with commercial and recreational fishing being the top industries, says Wikipedia. Anyways, it's getting close. Aaron says, I might want to live there, but not this minute. Thanks to our new member, Shannon B. Thanks, Shannon B. Linda Belk says it's a great vacation place when it's not blowing, floating away. And as you can see, heavier rainfall getting into Houston, Sugar Land, Pearl Land up here. Let's check out the wind speeds. Hey, gust of 81. There you go, guys. Gust, breaking news. Breaking news, we have our first gust on here in the 80s. Look at that. Gust of 81. Wow. Sustained winds of 53, gust of 81's Palacios Municipal Airport. That's right next to Matagorda Bay. I didn't hear that Bay City had a gust of 106. Somebody said, one of our viewers said that. I didn't hear that. The highest I've heard is 86. Now maybe there's been other one. Pearland, oh, not Pearland, Pearland, whatever. Anyways, that's the highest I've seen. Look at all the up here. Wharton, 46 gust. Look it up at Houston, guys. Houston. Up here, 44 gust. Winds picking up here. Houston Hobby Airport, 35 mile an hour gust, 28 mile an hour sustained winds. Galveston Bay interests, sustained wind 45, gust of 54. Linda Fuller says all still normal here in College Station. Tinker Boo says many flights canceled at Houston airports. Seven hours ago, Bush Intercontinental Airport in Houston said, as Beryl approaches Texas, our airline partners are canceling and adjusting flights. Before heading to the airport, please check with your airline for your flight status and rebooking options. Aaron, I don't know exactly how long it stays a hurricane for. Once it makes landfall, but it's still supposed to be a Cat 1 there, but it's not supposed to be a hurricane anymore up there. And that's a 12-hour time difference. So where in here it stops being a hurricane, I can't tell you. Up here at 8 p.m., it's supposed to be a 45-mile-an-hour max sustained wind tropical storm. So it will be dropping off over time as it goes north. Thanks, Aaron. That's very nice of you. I appreciate that, Aaron. Thank you. Very nice of you. Looks like it will not have... There was a concern it could get to Category 2 or even more, but it has not rapidly intensified. Jenny says once the eye moves over to land, it usually breaks apart. Yeah, I mean, it still has this kind of nice structure to it, which, right, I can't imagine it's going to look this nice in a couple hours. Big Meat Special says, power is flickering and intermittent near Lake Jackson. I think we might have lost that scanner. Yes, the Matagorda County scanner stopped working, guys. So we lost that scanner. We were listening to the Matagorda County scanner. It stopped working, unfortunately. Thanks to Sabrina Pineda, our new member. Thank you. I could check out the Galveston County scanner. Galveston and Lamarck scanner. We'll check out that one. See if they're saying anything. Too bad we lost the Matagorda one.
Transformer just blew near 29th and R. Robert.
Transform.
Havasu Mom's going to have some chocolate Oreos. I hope everybody's staying safe there in Texas. Autism Mommy said Matthew Capucci showed storm surge making roads in Matagorda impassable.
Location of Central City. 6-1 in Central City.
Now, Matthew Capucci, who is a weather expert, he thinks the storm is still rapidly intensifying. Sorry, let me turn this down. Matthew Capucci, who's a weather expert, he posted 50 minutes ago claiming that the storm might be a Category 2 upon official landfall. So, I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see. Do we have any more Hurricane Hunter aircraft information here? So, the pressure looks like it got down to about 980. I mean, the winds they observed, it looks like maybe they got a wind observation, maybe like 71 knots. Which is about 82 miles an hour. I mean, Category 2 would be 96. So, I mean, if that's the case, then that information about the winds got to be covering from somewhere else, because it isn't coming from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. And the pressure has not dropped that much. I mean, the official pressure is 982. They got a reading of 980. It looks like around 980, about 20 minutes ago. Category 2's got to be 96 miles an hour. So basically 100, because they only do the miles an hour for wind speed in max sustained wind in 5 mile an hour intervals at National Hurricane Center. Also, I mean, I don't know that he thinks it's rapidly intensifying. I haven't heard other weather people say that. I mean, I know he's a weather expert, but I haven't been hearing that elsewhere. So we'll have to see. James Palmieri says, very impressive Cat 1. Haven't seen one this powerful in a long time. Oh, Matt Lanza, who's a meteorologist, says, starting to see some bigger gusts. He said 89 miles an hour just southeast of Port O'Connor. Can we see that one? I didn't see the 89. I saw an 81. There's a 74 there. He said 89 miles an hour just southeast of Port O'Connor, 86 miles an hour near Matagorda, and 81 miles an hour in Palacios. Beryl is still offshore and still intensifying a bit, almost out of time, thankfully. So Matt Lanza, who's a meteorologist, says Beryl is still intensifying a bit.
2-1 and 2 are out all around.
10-4.
The storm surge in Port O'Connor has stopped going up. It hit a max of about almost 5 feet, and now it's going down. Mars Gold says 2 spread out for a Cat 2, yet it's possible. Yeah, Linda says some chasers have been reporting 100+ mile an hour gusts. All I can tell you is the biggest official gust I've heard is the one that Matt Lanza mentioned, 89. So maybe it'll turn out that there are others, but I haven't officially heard of 190 or above. The water temperature, I believe, is is toward the high 80s on the coast there.
2094.
Yeah, I can't use live I can't just steal camera footage, storm chasers, live cams. I can't use it unless I have the rights to it. Linda Fuller says handheld anemometers. So maybe, you know, chasers are taking measurements and getting that amount, but I'm guessing that there has to be some kind of official confirmation of it for it to be official.
Engine 7. Engine 7, need you to respond to 421 Grassy Point Drive, 4221 Grassy Point Drive for a fire alarm. The time is 3:14. Respond to Firecom 1.
Good.
4203 Eagle Lane, audible then living room door, key holders off the island, request a dispatch.
Thanks so much, by the way, to...
Sure. That's clear.
Thanks a lot for your support on Patreon.
Out to Baywater for a fire alarm, and we'll also check on the one you just toned out.
Spiderswap.io.
That's clear, Engine 8.
Thanks for your support on Patreon. I saw your message. I'll have to get to your message after. But I really appreciate your support on Patreon. That's very nice of you. Spiderswap.io. Thank you. Very kind of them.
I can forward. You can hold that alarm call. I'll check it on the way back in.
Sure.
Yeah, that's Mods IW in the chat. Thank you, Mods IW. Much appreciated. I'll respond to the message later.
Clear. Thank you, sir. Let's talk again.
We are getting very close to landfall.
Engine 7, they did.
I mean, where's the center of the storm? Like here, where my pointer is? Like there? 5 miles away? Beryl Kubler says, what a long-winded hurricane. Houston definitely getting some heavy rainfall now. That Meskin show says it's starting to get windy in Katy, Texas. Where is Katy? Oh, Katy is up here by Houston. Alibaba thinks it's 12 miles out. I don't know. I think it's closer than that. I was in a hurricane growing up. I know we had a couple hurricanes in the Boston area actually growing up. This was years ago. I don't know if I was ever in one. I don't think I was ever in. I was in a tropical storm in Orlando. Amnesia thinks it's 5 or 6 miles away. Oh, so thanks, Autism Mommy. She mentioned that National Weather Service Houston posted some of the highest wind gusts. We've been checking the wind gusts, but if you just go over here, you'll see. Here's a map of the preliminary highest wind gusts since midnight. See? Some notable observations, 89, 86, 81. There's no 100 on there. There's nothing in the 90s on there. It's been, the highest have been in this area, as we've been telling you, like near Matagorda and Matagorda Bay and East Matagorda Bay. Let's go back to the wind gusts. There's a 74 here, a 76 here, 74. I mean, it's very windy here, obviously. We're all around Matagorda area. 74, 76, 74. Over, look at Galveston now. Couple 55 and 56 by Galveston. Sustained winds, 49. So getting windier there. It's sustained 40 and gust 50 and 56 by Galveston. And then up here, League City, gust of 47 at Eagle Point. By Houston, a gust of 39 up here. Look at up here, north of Houston. Gust of 39, Humble. Up here, gust of 38. So as the storm moves north, you're going to see bigger gusts. You know, up here by Houston.
Stand by.
Hero protagonist says a few gusts in Katy, nothing too bad yet.
1912, go ahead.
Yeah, it's had a couple of transformers below 103rd Street and by the Moody Golf Course.
Trouble transformers blew by Moody Golf Course, they said. Moody Gardens Golf Course in Galveston. They had some transformers blow there. I've never been to Galveston. I'd like to visit it. Mr. Showtime says, I love Moody Gardens.
Engine 4 needs you to respond to 1 Hope Boulevard. 1 Hope Boulevard at Moody Gardens for a fire alarm. The time is 3:21. Respond on fire column 1, please. Beach.
Very glad.
Clear half a call for a power line down at 23161 Gulf Drive. Is that the same area you are at Terramar at FM 3005?
I believe that would be the same power line Engine 8 reported. We're not all on the call.
That's clear. Was checking if this was around the same area. Okay.
Mars Gold says Galveston is well okay, but I wouldn't put it on my bucket list. I'd like to check it out. Check out that whole area. I've never been to Houston. I don't know. Where is Surfside Beach? I don't even know. You gotta look it up.
Go ahead.
You can clear that alarm on Beagle. The house is filled up with storm shutters.
Surfside Beach is here. Near Freeport. I don't even know where Freeport is. I gotta go back and look at the map. Freeport is to the east of Matagorda. Why can't I find it? There's Freeport over there. Oh, see, there's an 82. 82 gust right there. I just saw it. Why is it disappearing on me? There it is, right there. It's kind of hidden there. Oh, I see. There it is. Hey, look. So we have 82 gust here. 82 mile an hour gust. Freeport.
The transformer blew at about 10th and Broadway if you get any alarm calls in this area.
Sure.
I think that's the highest I've seen on the map. I thought I had all the stations on, but I didn't. So that's my fault. So look at this. We got 70, 82 gusts, 76, 78, 70, 71, 71, 70, 78 gusts. I apologize. I thought I had all the stations on. Stupid me. 74, 78, 76, 82, 70.
Clear. Got a call that was at 23161 Gulf Drive for a power line down. Was that one of the ones that you went to in relation?
So a bunch of high winds going on right now.
But we'll verify it on the way back in. Right now we're going to go check on those 2 fire alarms. And on the way back in, we'll verify that if it's all the same.
Clear.
Audible Bird, northeast passenger door. No contact with you at this time.
This is the Galveston and Lamarck scanner.
Can you repeat the numbers? 7533 FM 2004. 7533 FM 2004.
Thanks also, Aaron Gottlieb. Aaron Gottlieb, for your support on Patreon. I really appreciate that. Aaron Gottlieb. Thank you, Aaron. It's very nice of you. So this has got to be so close to, this has got to be really close to landfall now. It's when the center goes over land. So we're very close to landfall. But I mean, you're seeing these some very large strong gusts. Again, 70, 78, 78, 82, 70, 76.
Yes, ma'am. You can put us back in service.
That's clearance report. Put you back in service.
When will we get that landfall announcement? You know what's interesting? One of our viewers said it looks like it's skirting up the coast. So it was moving north-northwest, but it looks like, and it is eventually supposed to start moving more towards the east. And maybe it is. Maybe it has. I mean, you can see the forecast track takes it north-northeast, not north-northwest. So maybe it has already started that movement a little bit. Kind of looks like it's kind of sliding to the east, which also could delay the landfall.
Twenty-four.
Does sort of look like it's moving a little to the east now as it moves north.
Vehicle 4721 20th Street, Bay Cliff. Call advised that near the gas station there's a truck, white in color, 4-door, that's been sitting there.
Engine 33, 1961, copy one.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
2216 Ball, Moody Hall, Church Front, entry audible, first floor, East Cross motion, key order pending.
That's 3 clear on live.
61 tonight.
Beryl Kubler says, thank goodness the Yucatan Peninsula took off some
I
of
think
its
the
strength.
power's out in that whole section over there.
Radius regarding 33.
You can just have them roll through the area and look for see if the power, how bad the power's out.
Big Meat Special says, wind is really picked up. Trailer is shaking. I forget where Big Meat Special is, but stay safe there, Big Meat Special. Los Gatos de Wilson says, here in the Yucatan Peninsula, there was barely any damage. Doesn't it look like it's moving kind of a little more to the east now? I mean, that's probably kept it from making landfall. I think the center is kind of just off the coast right now. Any more, yeah, the Hurricane Hunter data.
Yes, now, we just know that it doesn't appear that a house was hit or destroyed. There's a lot of debris that was rolling around out here.
We're not seeing the signs of some big intensification here, so. Hey guys, Weather Channel says landfall is imminent. Weather Channel says landfall is imminent. Landfall is when the center crosses land. Landfall is imminent, says Weather Channel, guys. Breaking news.
2046 broadcast.
I mean, the center, where is the center? Right around where my pointer is? It's close.
Broadcast from 2046, 2046, go ahead.
2046, all western units. Western units proceed into town. And we're going to hold all not in progress west end calls. And just if we have anything in progress on the west end, if you could advise me, and we'll make decisions based on what it is. That's all for now.
Clear in the broadcast 331.
I mean, I'm going to zoom in there on the eye.
All units, if we do have to come out west, be advised at Sea Isle, there are power lines and power poles down in 3005. There's no light out here. Just be advised, there's obstructions in the roadway.
Again, the Weather Channel says landfall is imminent. Imminent. Somebody's got to change their. Somebody's got to change their screen name. You can come back when you change your screen name. You know who you are. So we're waiting for landfall at any moment now.
.2046 on 2.
Go ahead, sir.
There was a house out here off Port Trinidad or whatever that the roof and second story is partially collapsed. Do you know if fire department attempted to make contact or anything at this address?
81 over here.
That's clear. Stand by.
These are some wind gusts. 82,
the address
81.
3903. Stand by, that doesn't look right. Or maybe 3903 First Street?
10-4, stand by.
3903 First Street in Galveston is there.
Headquarters
That's
Engine
what, I think we're on a scanner that does cover Galveston.
Go ahead, President.
Is that it right there?
Clear. Have the fire alarm down Cattail Drive. Do you want me to send Engine 7?
39.
No, ma'am.
It's
Like
that big
anything
house.
that's out on this end for a fire alarm, we're out, and we're just going to work our way through it.
That might be the house right there they were just
Everybody
talking
in
about.
the district.
I'm not sure.
Clear, Engine 8.
They were talking about a house that had been damaged. It might be this house. I'm not sure.
Full of houses that had damage.
Yes, Cruella says, I hope nobody inside.
Okay, sir, they don't have anything here in the notes that they checked physical addresses. They did advise there's lots of debris everywhere. They didn't think that there was a huge hazard, and they would check the area.
That's clear. I don't think there's a huge hazard necessarily, but I don't know if anyone was in this house. The whole second floor is collapsed. I'm going to be out of the car for a little while at this location.
The whole second floor is collapsed. I think it's this house, but I'm not sure. That was the address they gave. So that's in Galveston.
2027. Be advised, the street lights just 68th and Stewart are out both directions.
Some street lights out. Yeah, the winds have really picked up there on the coast as this storm the eye has started coming across the coastline. And I mean, you're looking at some of the gusts here, 81, 82, 78, 78, 78. Over in Galveston, a bunch of them in the 50s.
Yes.
Seeing some gusts in the Houston area getting up into the 40s.
Therefore, needs channel.
Negative.
Collectibles, etc. says Surfside Beach grocery store is flooded. Are you there? Or did you see it like on a stream or something?
Wire across the middle of Stewart Road. Well, no police units can get under, but a fire department or a fire truck may rip it down.
Carmen says the eye is halfway in. Not quite yet, but well, any moment now we're going to have an announcement of landfall, I think.
Engine 1, need you to respond to 2328 Strand, 2328 Strand at Riodondo's Restaurante for a fire alarm. Time is 3:37. Respond off Marcom 1.
Our viewer Charles Greenstein says the house is in. Sorry.
Engine 5, need you to respond to 4600 Fort Crockett Boulevard, 4600 Fort Crockett Boulevard for an electrical problem. The time is 3:37. Respond off Marcom 1.
We have a tornado warning. Tornado warning here. Southwest of Houston, tornado warning. Radar indicated rotation.
Lost, dress for west. Key order requested dispatch. Zone 11 East entry door audible. That's probably related to the blown transformer at 51st and Central City.
So we have a tornado warning.
Did contact twice with the key holder, no answer.
Tornado warning right here.
2027, I'm close by.
Southwest of Houston.
44 dispatch.
A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Siena, or 7 miles southwest of Fresno. So radar indicated rotation. No confirmation of a tornado.
2753 was a false alarm, correct?
I gotta turn down the scanner a little bit. Again, so
they were calling it in again.
Tornado warning southwest of Houston is going on. We'll keep an eye on that. At the same time, this is about to make landfall, looks like. No, there is no confirmed tornado right now. It is a tornado warning because of
the house that is collapsed out here is at it's on the southeast corner of the intersection of Port Trinidad and Galceran Drive. The half the building is completely collapsed and gone, blown all down the street. But there's no no indication that anyone's in here.
Sorry. So there's no reported tornado here yet. It's the report says a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located with radar indicated rotation. And look, this area is under tornado watch. It's expected there might be some tornadoes. The scanner is from Galveston and Lamarck. What Lamarck is right across the water from Galveston.
Recent Florian at ABS, weather related. Okay.
Let me show you the wind gusts right now. We've got a 79, an 82, an 81, a 78, a 71, all in that Matagorda area where that eye is. Over by Galveston, some gusts in the 50s right now.
Show me stepping out at Ross.
Did I thank, by the way, Aaron Gottlieb? Thanks for your support on Patreon, Aaron Gottlieb. I really appreciate that.
Door, but the cage appears to still be down. I'll advise.
It is 4:43 a.m. Eastern Time.
I think we're close. Stand by. Boulevard, 9520 Seawall Boulevard at the Maravilla Condos for an electrical problem. The time is 3:42. Respond to FireCom 1.
$20.50 to $20.94.
44, go ahead.
Be advised the lights at 59 and J are blinking all the way around.
That's fair.
It's interesting. It's again, I do agree with the viewer who said it looks like it's maybe moving a bit to the east now.
The boyfriend was just out here. I just finished talking.
And because I think what's kept it from making landfall so far is it's moving a bit to the east, so it's kind of going up the coast. If it had just gone straight north, I think it would have made landfall already. But it looks like, I think it's moving a little east, so it's kind of hugging that coast, and that center is not quite getting over. That's what it looks like to me. I may be wrong.
Let's step out, ladies.
Yeah, we checked that tornado warning before. I'll check it again, but again, it's not an observed tornado right now.
Go ahead and give me a clear air on 3.
Not fair. 1944, show you back out.
But certainly you should be taking cover if you're in that area.
36327 Stewart Road, open door.
Back in service.
So I mean I don't know if there's a tornado. It's hard to there's so much rain in the area that's tough to tell. Tough to tell from the radar what's going on.
44, copy another one. Okay. 4001 Woodrow, Zone 5, Master Foil AC Unit Screen, Audible, key holder, requested dispatch.
Hello?
Copy alarm.
Good.
1924.
6106 Stewart, Easy Cash Pawn, front entry motion, warehouse motions 1, 2, and 3, and safe room motion, audible, ATL key holder.
Hey, just an update. I've been posting about this some on my X account, but I guess there was, from what I'm seeing, there's been another Russian missile attack on various cities in Ukraine, including Kyiv, and apparently a children's hospital in Kyiv was struck. And there are, from these Russian missile strikes, there are some dead and wounded being reported. And I saw a live UA map said reportedly some children might be under the rubble at the children's hospital, which is not good. So again, I've been posting about that on my X account.
Picture 102.
Go ahead.
37 and J is all the way out. All the way around.
1061, copy alarm.
All of that.
361 dispatch.
Clear.
What's the alarm call on Delaney cancel?
10-4 was just canceled.
That's clear. No, that's a 4-hour receiver.
We are keeping an eye on this, and again, really at any moment now, I think we're going to have an announcement of a landfall. It's when the center crosses land. And I mean, you can look and see where the eye is, and it looks like the center would be close to land.
I don't know if you've been advised already, but 4-5 and Wall, all the power is out towards 53rd Street and Wall, as far as I can see.
That's clear.
2402.
Go ahead.
Including traffic lights.
Blinking lights at 4, 5, and O, and 4, 5, and S all the way around.
That's clear. $20.50, I found it.
I'm coming back around.
Matt Lanza reports that a major band of rain, see this orange band right here, south of Houston? He says that major band of rain is producing 1.5 to 2.5 inches per hour of rain south of Houston.
I'm on 3, I'm on 3.
Again, he says that that dark orange band right here south of Houston is producing 1.5 to 2.5 inches per hour of rain. Street flooding will begin quickly as this moves in. Actually, Weather Channel has somebody on the street in Galveston doing a live update there.
'94. She just walked past me westbound.
Here are the latest wind gusts. Hey, there's an 89. There's a gust of 89. Freeport, wind gust of...
27, 10, 8, building secure to the best of our abilities.
Doesn't that say 89? Why am I not seeing that, though? Right there. Brazos, SH36 at Brazos. Gust 89. Near Freeport. Gust of 89, gust of 82 here. Sorry, I don't know. Yeah, gotta get them all back up here. Bay City, gust of 62 and 46 near there. Gust of 70, 82. Oh, wow, near Galveston, a gust of 70. Right here. Galveston Airport, gust of 70 miles an hour. Am I right or no?
Can you try to get her to stop?
Why can't I see it? 70. Galveston Shoals Field, gust of 70. Yeah, more winds in Galveston now. There's a 62, a 63. This is the first time we've seen those kind of numbers near Galveston. And then up here by Houston, 43 here, 43 here. These are gusts. These are not sustained winds. Hey, thanks, Alicia Alexander. I really appreciate that, Alicia. Thank you from Australia. Thanks so much. Still no official landfall yet. True Blunt says just pulling that Gulf water straight onto land miles away. Yeah, a lot of these heavy rain bands up here north of the eye. You can see that. Again, Matt Lanza, meteorologist, says this rain band dumping 1.5 to 2.5 inches of rain per hour. There is still a tornado warning up there right now. No reports of an actual tornado. I don't know, but that has been going on for a while. I think this tornado warning is supposed to expire in 6 minutes. We'll see if it does.
Go ahead, Engine 4.
Yes, ma'am. We were not able to find the pole.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
Question, but there's no pole right up next to it.
The hurricane has made landfall. The hurricane has made landfall. Breaking news. Breaking news. Here is your landfall announcement. Here is your landfall announcement. It has made landfall. Hurricane center of Beryl makes landfall near Matagorda, Texas. Let me show you here. The hurricane has made landfall. Center of Beryl makes landfall near Matagorda, Texas. The pressure has actually dropped to 979, so it did strengthen some, but the max sustained wind is stuck at 80. And now that it's made landfall, it's expected to start weakening. So it looks like it's not going to get beyond Cat 1. I'll get you that update. This is the new 5. I was forgetting we were getting close to 5 a.m. So the new update. The big update from the National Hurricane Center. We're gonna give you this update here. But again, it has made landfall. Center of Beryl makes landfall near Matagorda, Texas. Let me change the headline. Dangerous storm surge and strong winds occurring with flash flooding expected. Turn toward the northeast with an increase in forward speed is expected tonight and Tuesday. Steady to rapid weakening is expected as the center moves inland.
Power is out from 3-9 as far as I can see west.
Beryl is expected to weaken to a tropical storm later today and to a tropical depression on Tuesday. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 45 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 115 miles from the center. The latest minimum central pressure was 979. So again, the hurricane has made landfall. Oh, they actually, so it looks like they continued this tornado warning. So this one is going to expire in 3 minutes. So maybe, I don't know, it's not, sorry, I don't know if it's continuing. This might not be a continuation. Just another tornado warning near the first one.
Engine 1 needs you to respond at 2612 Avenue in Nora, 2612 Avenue in Nora. Going to be power lines down. Time is 3:56. Respond on Firecom 1.
So again, another tornado warning up here, south of Houston. It says a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Iowa Colony or near Manville. Yes, it did. The SpaceX Starship launch area is down here.
Street 2269.
I don't remember it having any significant impact down here. It was originally maybe going to hit there, but that was days and days ago. So it didn't really have a strong impact on. I'd have to go back and see if it rained there. I don't even know that it even really rained there. Maybe it rained some there, but not a strong impact on where SpaceX is. Down there by the Mexican border on the coast. So again, this is, it did make landfall. So in the coming hours, some heavy rains moving in here, storm surge continuing. It is a Category 1 hurricane. We've seen gusts in the 80s. So it is a dangerous storm. And here are some of the latest wind gusts, 89, 82, Galveston area 62, 71. And, those winds will move. You see over here like 51. These winds will pick up here as the storm moves inland. Sorry. I messed that up. I was over here. Do. Sorry. I was going to check the storm surge. See what we're getting on these. Any of these still going up? That Sargent one stopped working a while back. They were getting about 4 feet of storm surge, and then it stopped. Ooh, San Luis Pass, storm surge. About 4 feet of storm surge there at San Luis Pass, Texas. Minor flooding level, almost moderate flooding. Look at this, guys. Galveston Bay entrance. Currently about 2.5 feet of storm surge, minor flooding, and the tide is coming in. Also, Eagle Point, Galveston Bay, about almost 4 feet of storm surge there at Eagle Point, Galveston Bay. See that storm surge going up there. Where is that? Eagle Point, Galveston Bay. There it is right there. Eagle Point. Galveston Bay. So, you know what? My guess is that what happens is the water gets pushed in here by the wind, and it just backs up in the bay. There's nowhere for it to go. But we're seeing some significant storm surge rise there. Yeah, Blobfish Blobby, we talked about the 1900 Galveston hurricane earlier on the stream. Killed around 8,000 people. Worst natural disaster in U.S. history. So, guys, hold on a second here. Thanks to our member Daisy Harmonica, by the way. I am getting... It's a little late here for me. It's after 5 a.m. I'm getting a little wiped. I was pretty tired before. I don't know that I'm going to be much good for you, much good to you guys. If we keep going here, I did want to mention real quick. As one of our viewers mentioned, Tootsie, poweroutage.us says about 100,000 customers out in Texas. Most of them out of power, most of them in the area where the hurricane is. So I'm sure that number will go up. But about 100,000 customers, a customer can be more than one person, could be a household, for example. So those numbers are going up, those power outage numbers. So yeah, I think I'm going to have to take to stop this coverage now. And I don't want people to think that the storm is over. It's certainly not over. Very heavy rainfall, especially moving into like the Houston area. We have gusts in the 80s. Hurricane. It's a hurricane still. There's storm surge going on. So please, if you're anywhere in this area, pay attention. Do what the local authorities tell you. It's a dangerous storm. But I need to, unfortunately, rest a little bit. If there's some huge development, I could always come back on the air. But so sorry to end the stream, but I'm going to take a break on my end. So I hope everybody stays safe there in Texas. It's a big storm right now. Look at all that rainfall, and there's going to be some flooding and all that. And so please stay safe. Stay safe. The red outline is a tornado warning. We were talking about that a little earlier. So some tornadoes might happen too. But I appreciate you joining me for this stream. Thanks for letting me read your comments on the air. A lot of people, there were some people in Texas who were reporting in from where they are. And thanks for sending me news updates and helping with the coverage. So I appreciate it. The current direction of the storm, by the way, is traveling to the... Oh, before I wrap up, I'm sorry. Some people probably left. It's moving due north at 12 miles an hour. It's already sped up a little bit. It was at 10 miles an hour. Now it's 12 miles an hour. It's due north. It's supposed to start going a bit to the east. Where is the current discussion? No, there's no new forecast discussion. I think there's no new forecast discussion after landfall. So there you go. Anyways, but the forecast track is for it to go this way. You can see the track right here on Radar Omega. Spicy Legato has no power. I hope you get your power back. But there's a lot of people without power. About 100,000 customers in Texas, most of them in the hurricane area. All right. Hey, so this is Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Subscribe, follow if you like live breaking news coverage. We covered the French election earlier today. Let's say a huge thanks to our moderators who have stuck with the stream and been there. Really appreciate it. Havasumam has been over there on YouTube. Thanks so much, Havasumam, for being here late night and moderating on YouTube. That's really nice of you. Also, over there on Twitch, people like LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Big Ball of Yarn, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thank you so much for moderating over there, all of our Twitch mods. Kay Lowry Body, big thanks, Kay. Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley over there, and all of our other moderators on Facebook. Thank you so much. Linda Belk and Larry on Twitch, on X, I'm sorry. Huge thanks to all of our moderators. Thank you so much, moderators. And hey, thanks to everybody who donated too. I really, really appreciate that. That's really nice of you guys. You are the ones that keep this channel on the air, so thanks for your support. If you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv, but huge thanks for that. And I will post updates on my X account where I cover news when I am not on the air. So you can follow me on X if you'd like, at Lookner. Oops. At Lookner on X is where you can follow me for breaking news updates when I'm not on the air. Oh, and thanks so much to Billy Joe Drage from Australia for your support. That's really nice of you, Billy Joe. Thank you. Let me just do some checks here. But I need to rest a bit and take a break. But the hurricane is still going on, but it has made landfall. So just be aware of this. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here. That is Radar Omega. In case you were wondering, as I said before, the radar program is called Radar Omega. It's a great radar app. And I also shout out to Tropical Tidbits. Great place to get information about this storm. Tropical Tidbits and other tropical weather. You can get the aircraft data. You can get satellite shots, weather models, tropicaltidbits.com. That is a great site. I appreciate them letting us use the site and show it on the air. Thank you, Katya T, for your support as well. Really appreciate that, Katya T. I have not heard of any injuries yet. There could have been, but I have not heard of any. We definitely heard about structure damage on the scanner, power outages, that kind of stuff. I have not heard of any injuries, but let's hope people stay safe. And hey, sign up for our free notifications. We have a notification system that you can sign up for, so you'll get sent a notification every time we go live. I usually don't know when we're going live because I don't know when big breaking news is going to happen. So it can really help to not miss a stream if you have the notifications coming to you. So sign up for the free notifications. The mods will post the link in the chat, and you can also find that link in the Facebook and YouTube description for this broadcast. Big thanks to our Discord mods as well. And you can also, at the same link, you can check out our Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. That's also free. So check out the Discord chat. Thanks to our new member, Danielle Bryan Kazemi. Thanks, Danielle, for becoming a member. Thanks to Crypto King, our member, too. Yeah, please stay safe, everyone, in Texas, in this area, and in the areas where it's going moving forward. Big Meat Special says, Angleton, power went out for 5 minutes, then came back. If you've lost power and you're listening on your phone or something, I hope you get your power back soon. But a lot of people without power. If anyone's interested in being a volunteer moderator, that would be awesome. You can ask our mods about that. There might be a wait list. I apologize if there is. But that would be great. Thanks to our Discord mods, by the way. And really quick, if you do subscribe on YouTube, to turn the YouTube notifications on, there's kind of a funky thing you need to do. In YouTube, if you want to have the YouTube notifications on, you got to click this bell and choose all notifications. All right, I am going to also thank our Facebook subscribers and our Twitch subscribers and our YouTube members. I want to give a shout to them. So, over there on Facebook, by the way, I think I thank Paul Anderson for modding. If I missed you, Paul, thanks for modding over there. Jane Summers, thanks for being a member. Billy Joe Drage, Eve Richards, Robert Rial II, Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley, all of our other moderators, all of our other subscribers over there on Facebook. I really appreciate your support there. Also on Twitch, our subscribers there, thanks so much for supporting the channel. Like Shaggy and Wall Street, I Got That Fire, Relila, Xmon 407, all of our subscribers over there, thank you. Dickie Seamus, Bearded Seveth, and others, Rocky Coast. Thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers and our YouTube members. I really appreciate you. Crypto King, Jelly Plane, Violet Stirring, Carmen Ruiz, Tootsie, Billy Joe Drage, Peasy Papa Zulu, Violet Sterling, Jen Haneke, thanks for being a member. Tootsie, I think I said that already. Peasy Papa Zulu, and Mr. Showtime, Lucky Minute, Evie Shore, Mark Washburn, Ava F. Thanks to all of our members on YouTube and all of our viewers out there as well. Outlaw, Blobfish Bobby, who says the Galveston Beach webcam shows rough sea and lightning. Lancelon, Left Rights, thank you for watching. Billy Joe Dre says, hopefully everyone has found their safe place. Indeed, indeed. All right, so again, please don't conclude from me going off the earth the storm is over. It's not. It is still a hurricane. There's still a ton of rainfall that you can see. Very serious winds. Just to take one last look at the wind gust map here, we got an 82 over here on the coast. That's southeast of Bay City. We have, just kind of zooming in here, oops, 91 gusts. Did we see this before? 91, I think we saw this before. To the west of Freeport, 91 gust. We've seen a bunch in the 80s. 82 over here. And the wind is going to pick up going towards Houston. It already is, actually. I can see it. There's like a 53 gust right here in Friendswood. Then there's a, is that a 50 up here? It's a 40 there. Hold on. But as the storm moves north, the higher winds are going to move north. 44, 40. Anyway, so there's a tornado threat. You're going to get threat from flooding. Storm surge continues. So please don't conclude because I'm going off the air that the storm is over, because it's not. It's still a hurricane. I was listening to the Galveston and Lamarck public safety scanner. All right, but I'm going to take a break now and get off the air. So again, I really appreciate you guys joining the stream and sending me messages during the stream and letting me read your chats, your chat messages on the stream. So I'm just doing a quick check here. Yeah, look, national NHC storm surge. There is a continuing danger of life-threatening storm surge inundation along the Texas coast from Mesquite Bay to Sabine Pass, including Matagorda Bay and Galveston Bay. Residents should follow any advice given by local officials. Aspen says we're starting to lose power here. A lot of people without power. Sorry to hear that. It's over 102,000 customers without power now in Texas. According to poweroutage.us, most of them in the area where the hurricane is. By the way, in Matagorda County, about 3/4 of customers are without power. That's according to poweroutage.us. In Wharton County, north of there, looks like about 30% of people, 40% without power. 40% maybe there. So those numbers, I bet, are just going to keep going up with these big winds. All right. And then Ryder says heavy rain and winds in Houston right now. You can also watch. There's a bunch of people doing live streaming on like YouTube, for example, live streaming where they are. But I'm going to wrap up this live stream now. So again, I really appreciate you joining. Sorry to get off the stream. It's been a very busy day. I need to take a break. But please stay safe there in Texas. That is it for now. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.